Cool. We are now live on Twitch and YouTube. What's up,
Sweet.
y'all? You can stay not BRB'd on your stream if you want to.
Oh, I can. Okay.
Totally fine with me.
Let me try that.
Cool. I gotta send my Discord notification, let everybody know that this is live. Theos. And sharing the tweet. The ad everyone has been sent. That is everything. Cool. Sorry for the absolute chaos, y'all. For those that don't know, made quite the oopsie with Create T3 app, the app that we have worked really hard to make it easier to init a project. We accidentally deleted the repo and lost over 4,000 stars, all of the issues in history. Thank Christ, we just got it all fixed, but I've been very stressed for the last hour and a half. Pumped that we got all of our stuff together quick and that Luke's still around and was able to not only hang out for this, but also do some research on my behalf. Super, super helpful. Thank you again so much, both for this and the awesome opportunity to do this show. Want to quickly introduce yourself to the crowd, Luke?
Yeah, the super short version is, my name is Luke. I am a mobile software engineer, and most of my career recently has been working in Flutter. I have messed around with React Native a bit, maybe 3 years ago. So I'm kind of coming at this fresh, and I asked Theo if he wanted to do a little collaboration on Twitch where we would go ahead and build the same mobile app, and he's going to be building it in Flutter, and I'm going to be building it in React Native, because why not make it as chaotic as possible? Seemed like a good place to start.
Yeah, I want to make sure everybody gives the most massive levels of respect you possibly can to Luke for this, because I have not been great about my interactions with the Flutter community, and he took that as a challenge to prove that the community does know what they're talking about and has real problems they're solving with their shit. I have massive respect for Luke. He did a response video to my original Flutter is not great rant that made me reflect a lot on my own way of thinking about it. There is no person in the Flutter community I would rather have on the show to do anything even close to this, and I am genuinely so hyped to be doing this. So everybody, please go give Luke a follow. Please lurk in his chat as well throughout. Please help him with the React Native stuff. And God, please be kind. He is doing something insane here, diving into the web dev, elitist asshole community to do something like this. And I have the most massive level of respect for him. And if any of you say anything even kind of questionable in his fucking chat, you're banned from both. So seriously, give him all of the love, respect, and help you can. And be cool, because this is an awesome thing, and I'm genuinely really hyped on this. So
this is going to be awesome. I'm also really looking forward to diving into React Native again, because I remember really enjoying it the first time I used it, and I'm really interested to see how it's changed, or maybe how it's not changed. We'll see.
Yeah, I hope that you will be pleasantly surprised. I hope I will be as well, but I will admit I am quite scared at the moment. I also didn't have a time to set up my stream setup at all. I never use emulators for dev, ever. I hate them, but I don't have an easy way for me to screen capture my phone at the moment, so I think I will be this one time using an emulator as well. Actually, I should ask you your thoughts on this. Android or iOS for dev for Flutter? Is it even enough that I can use my preferred platform of iOS, or should I just go Android?
You can use either one, but I personally prefer to use iOS, but that's because that's the phone that I always use. But you can absolutely debug on Android or iOS, and you'll get a pretty comparable experience.
That's really good to hear. I will admit that was not the case in React Native until recently. I have a pile of Android and iPhones, older phones that I usually use for dev stuff, that I rotate between. And I did have a test app set up when working on both my Galaxy S10, I think, the first one with the rounded screen, and my iPhone 7. So I will probably grab one of those in a bit, but for now I'm just going to use the emulator. Any other pro tips for me getting started?
Have you had any chance to look at the Dart language, or is this your first time looking at that?
This is my first time looking at Dart in at least 5 years, maybe.
Okay. So what I would do is I would go to learnxandyminutes.com and find the Dart documentation there and just do like a quick read through, because at your skill level, you'll be able to get tooled up really fast mentally to use it.
That sounds like a plan to me. I will definitely go do that. Also, super quick. Holy shit, Maple, 50 gift subs. What? You do not need to do that. Thank you so much. I didn't turn jack shit around, Maple. You're one of the reasons that this shit's so cool. God, I was talking about this last night in the Twitter space, but I'm really fucking pumped about this community and that things like this can happen, that somebody like you, Luke, can come to me with such a cool idea for content, and this many people can be in here hyped on a Saturday afternoon. Like, we built something fucking awesome here, guys, and I'm really hyped. This is the exact type of stuff I hoped we could do someday when I first started this channel, and here we are doing like really cool shit. So thank you to everybody who's making this possible.
This is going to be awesome.
I'm so hyped. Should we quickly go over like the rules and plans on like what we're building and what we like, how do I put it? Like the specific stuff that we're trying to build in, like the features and stuff. Yeah. Let's do that.
We'll do quick acceptance criteria. So, and feel free to correct me if I get anything wrong. Cool. But as I understand it, the goal here is to build a mobile app. We have not specified that it should be both Android and iOS. So let's just say that it should target one of those.
I'm going to quickly
I think that's going to be
screen share myself. Hopefully this all works as expected. Yes, it does for once. Cool. So I'm just going to like sketch this all out in my favorite place to sketch things.
Sure. So I'm guessing that you and I are both going to be targeting iOS. So let's just say a mobile app that runs on iOS that connects to the Twitch chat API. And then we decided on 6 basic features. And the first 2 features are pretty boring. They are auth using an OAuth. I call it a bearer token. I don't think that's actually what it is, but it's using one of those websites where it can create a token for you to log into Twitch. And I've actually done that already, so I do have that token ready for myself. And then kind of like the nice to have, which is our feature number 2, is like an actual traditional OAuth flow. And then we also need to be able to render chat messages live and also render the emojis inline with those chat messages. We also need to be able to send messages, and we need to be able to change channels. So I think that's all 6.
Send messages, render emotes, enter, emotes. Change channels.
Quick question about the channels. So your channel, would that just be like hashtag symbol Theo?
Yes.
Is that what your channel is? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it should be the Twitch URL that you have should be the like channel that you're connecting to via IRC.
Got it.
Cool.
And then we had, let's see here. We had some nice to haves. I don't know if we should include them, but as for our discussion, I believe it'd be nice to see our followers and see their basic profile. Like if you were to click on them, but this, I don't think I'm going to get to those, but those were on our list for bonus features as well.
Cool. I'm thinking that, so before I said like there's 3 categories of judging criteria, I'm realizing the bonus features is too big. So I'm thinking core features, look, feel, bugginess, and like,
just general user experience.
Yeah, and then 2.5 is like extras.
Yeah.
So what I'm thinking, like points wise, like core features, we like 10 of the points come from this, maybe 8 of the points come from this, and then extra 3 or 4 points maybe from that.
Yeah, cool. All right, that's fine.
Any thoughts, questions, concerns on this? People are asking who's judging, and I think that Danny Thompson was down, but I think he's going to be busy. Sadly,
Danny
might be able to swing by.
But if he's busy, then we can't force him for sure.
Yeah. I will bug him on Twitter again throughout. And if people want to at him or bug him yourselves, please do. See if he is down. I haven't
who I want. But that's who I want for a judge. If we can swing it.
I did see somebody in chat that I would really love to pull in. Where did you go? I just saw you.
Now, I don't know if Mike is still around, but Mike is an excellent Flutter developer, and he was in my chat earlier. So if he's still around, he might be a good judge to have from the Flutter community.
Very down. I saw It's Boak. He's a native dev, so he doesn't do iOS or
Yeah,
doesn't do React Native or Flutter. So I'd love to have you and Boak if you're down. I think you would be a very good judge for this.
I agree. What was his name?
His Twitch handle is ITSBOEK. It's Boak. Oh, how long do we have? That's actually a really good thing to include. Okay, so judging criteria, game plan.
I think we
2
can do
hours
3
of
hours
dev.
from now.
You think you can do 3 hours from now?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Let's do 2.5 hours and then leave time for judge. Is that fair?
Sounds good to me. So we can get started. Let's aim for either 150 or 2 to get started.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. We'll start 150. We'll go over a tiny bit. I'll change this to dev until, so 2, 3, 4, 30. So 4:30 PT, which is 7:30 where you're at?
Yep.
Perfect. Judging or hard code freeze then. Dumb thing, just because like this rules helped me in random code contest things I've helped host. Or final state can be either what is in editor at time or a random commit in history. So if you were making changes,
so then I could just pick the commit, or
yes. So
okay,
if you did some crazy shit near the end, it's just not working, and you have to revert back to something like 4 or 5 commits ago to use as your final version. Totally cool with that.
Okay.
As for the actual judging process, this one's going to be a little process. We can probably figure this out a little more on the fly when we're closer to it. But what I was thinking was we take turns screen sharing the experience of the app. Each judge gets to ask 3 questions. All judges leave scores for each section based on their thoughts. I.e.,
yep.
so like it's features 5.5 out of 10, polish 7 out of 8, extras 0 out of, so I don't know what 4 sounds right. Yeah.
What's the 5.5 out of 10? Is that just an example?
Yeah, just an example. Like these are just meant to be like examples of like this is an example.
Yeah. Cool.
This all sound good to everybody? Any immediate thoughts, concerns about this strategy of judging, Luke or chat? Also, can one of my mods make an ! Luke command so that we can constantly shout him out? Oh, Glassy already got that. Awesome. Love you guys. Add that to my title.
What is a squad stream?
Oh, yeah, that was the other thing I need to figure out. Twitch squad stream. I wrote this in my notes to set this up ahead of time, and then all of the chaos happened. Is squad
I don't know
stream?
how long it takes, but we got 15 minutes.
Yeah,
so.
let's do that quick. It shouldn't be too much, and it probably won't even be a thing you have to do on your side. Oh, cool. Start a squad stream, add channel, Luke.
We are competing for the ultimate glory. That's what we're competing for.
Uh-oh, something went wrong. The Twitch dashboard crashed when I tried to create a squad stream. That's fantastic. And the button disappeared from the dashboard when I refreshed it. Are you kidding? That's the most Twitch thing I've seen in a minute. God, is there at least a console error? Missing field channel while writing result. God damn it,
That's
Twitch.
beautiful.
Cool.
That is
so,
beautiful.
Does not look like we'll be using Twitch's squad stream product. There are like free alternatives. Multi-Twitch is the one I like. In streams, Theo. adding you into this. Okay. This is probably the best I'll be able to do. Penalty stream link.
Someone asked if we will rate the experience we had while building, and I will absolutely rate the experience I had while building. I don't think that it should contribute to the score though, but I'll just report it.
I say we hold that until after the judging and we figured all that out. Like the final bit at the end is us reflecting on the experience.
Yeah, people want a retrospective, it looks like. And I don't know if that's tonight or another night, but we should definitely do it.
I think a short retro at the end tonight is a great idea, but you had a fantastic idea in the Twitter space yesterday, which is in the future, we should take each other's projects and try to work on them further from there. And I think that as an opportunity to do a retro as well could be really, really cool.
Yeah, I think that'd be a lot of fun.
Let winners send one tweet from the loser's account. Oh, that is such a good idea.
Brutal. All right, I'm done. That's fine.
Yep, we have our winning condition. I love that.
All right.
I'll be kindish, I promise.
Yeah, I'm not going to be too crazy.
Please do be. My account doesn't have a bar. You can literally put, like, if you think something's too bad, post something slightly worse on mine.
Yeah, all right. I'm going to post, like, Daddy Flutter or something like that.
Oh, wait, you can change the name of the other person for the day, for the weekend. They can change it back on Monday. So if you win, I change my name on Twitter to Daddy Flutter.
No, you'd be Flutter simp at that point.
Okay. That works for me.
Let's do the message. I think the message is better. Okay. Let's do the message.
I'll change the title too, just out of good faith. I think that's a hilarious idea.
Okay. All right.
Cool. I love this. I'm going to take 2 minutes to smoke and refill my water because I've barely been able to leave my desk since the chaos started. So I will be right back. If anybody comes up with any other cool ideas or things as we're going, let me know. Oh, did you see the multi-stream or multi-Twitch link, by the way?
Where do I get that from?
I sent it in your Twitch chat. So it's not the best UI in the world, but it definitely works. It's a nice way to see 2 Twitch chats at once, basically, and 2 Twitch streams. So you can like hop between them more easily and see what both of us are up to. It'll be probably not the best thing for us, but for our viewers, it'll be a very pleasant experience to see where we're both at and like how it's going. So
yeah, this is fantastic. Thank you.
Of course. Well, I will be right back. Going back to the split view, back here, so people can see and hear us again.
People already giving me high fives for my be right back screen.
It's so much better than mine. I am honestly a little jealous. It's making me realize I need to do something about mine. I usually have an Excalibur that I wrote BRB on that I switched to because I'm awful.
That's perfect.
Yeah, it's terrible, but it
I
works.
think it's perfect. It's like the perfect software engineer solution.
Yes, my OBS rotates between like really correct professional setup to comically engineer-y. I grab
That's exactly what we need.
my crappy old iPhone to see if I can use real hardware for this because it makes me very happy when I can. Got all of my old
Nice.
iPhone 7. See if I can get...
You can mirror with QuickTime, although you might already know that.
I have abused QuickTime mirroring throughout my life. Incredibly valuable. New movie. The thing I might do the NDI because I have that set up on my network, I think.
I've never done that. What is that?
NDI is a really annoying proprietary video standard. It's like they're trying to be like wireless HDMI, basically.
Oh.
It's jank and it kind of sucks, but it like roughly works. Let me see if I
Is that an Apple thing or is that like a general thing?
It's a general thing. So I just tried adding my NDI source. Oh yes, it still works. Oh, that is awesome. I am so hyped that still works. That's going to make my life a lot easier because now that can be separate from like my screen. Oh, that's great. Cool.
I'm going to have to pick your brain about that later because that looks awesome.
I definitely down. I had a crazy setup because I used to try and stream Twitter Spaces, which was not viable for a lot of reasons, but it was one of the things I used for that. People are saying that it uses a ton of bandwidth on your local network. It absolutely hammers your local network. That's like the catch. But if you can handle that, it's good. Only other thing I think in the next 7 minutes, I or a community member should probably hack out a quick web timer that just has a countdown on the top so that we can put that like on our streams as a browser source. If anybody else is able to find or make a quick like web timer that I can put on that shows everything that way, I would appreciate it. And to the person who said turn on Do Not Disturb, I got you. 2 phones. This is the one that has all my stuff signed in on it. Actually, good call. I'm going to make sure I don't have my Twitter signed in on here because I used to use it sometimes for spaces. I'm pretty sure if I do, it's going to be my alt accounts. Oh, nope. I have my main on here. Wow. I just opened this phone. I haven't opened Twitter on it for so long. When I did, I had 1,600 followers and it just updated to the 16,000 followers. That is funny to see. Have I really not done iOS dev for that long? I'm upset with myself. Remove. Cool. That is deleted. Anybody
you got 7, right? That's like the ultimate dev machine.
So somebody sent like a timer countdown thing. What I'm really looking for is a browser source I can drop in OBS, ideally with like a specific time on it that like in a query param that will start the timer. Actually, I built this once. The OBR BST, do I still have it? Oh, it's private. I'm going to make this repo public just in case anybody in chat is bored and wants to go make this work in the future. I want to emphasize that I wrote this repo when I was not very good at coding, which was, to be fair, not very long ago. Weird. Okay, this is hilarious. I was changing the visibility on a repo, and it is forcing me to verify on my mobile phone.
That's wild.
It seems like they are actually trying to make it harder to accidentally delete your repo.
Did they end up giving you back your stars?
Yeah, we got real lucky on that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, it seems like the last time this happened with HTTP Pi, where they lost 54K stars and wrote the blog post and everything about it, it seems like they learned from that and have been working internally. One of the things they called out is that if you have like forks that restores go poorly, and I definitely saw that because it thought that our repo was forked from one of like the random like contributors when it first came live. So it's clear that like their code path for this type of restoration is still buggy, but the guy who jumped on it hard and went and like manually patched up all those things in database, I'm pretty sure. So huge shout out to Martin, the director of DevRel at GitHub, for jumping on that on a Saturday and getting everything resolved as quickly as he could. I did not expect that, especially after the stories I had heard from similar people. I can honestly say GitHub is definitely trying to fix this right now.
I'm glad they're doing too, because the HTTP Pi thing was really terrible.
Yep. The CEO of HTTPie actually replied and was really happy to see it worked for us, but sad that that never happened for them.
I pasted a timer in there. It's kind of ugly.
All of
But I
these
don't know
are,
if it
yeah,
works
I
for
hate
you.
all of these. Let me see if my stupid thing's still live. If it is, I'll... Oh no, somebody stole the fucking URL from under me. Are you kidding? I'm gonna go read. Let's see how fast I can redeploy this on Vercel. If I can do it in less than 4 minutes and remember how it works. Spoiler, I can't, but it'd be cool if I can. Oh no, the framework's not other. It's... Oh, it is other, because this is so old it's a Snowpack app. Fuck me.
I have to look that up. I don't even know what that is.
Snowpack, do you know Vite, the app builder?
Just vaguely. Let's see here.
We're in a post-Webpack era.
Oh, I see.
Snowpack was one of the starts of the post-Webpack era. So I see the egg timer one, but you guys have to know, like, this is going, like, I want to embed this on my stream on the top, and all of these have a background color. So, like, I'll show you what this looks like if I put it in my stream right now. Browser source, paste.
These really are terrible.
Like, this is horrifyingly bad, unusably.
Yeah.
Stream browser source timer. Okay, someone just found something literally perfect. Oscar M is a legend. This is literally exactly what I had in mind.
Yeah,
you could even you pick a font. This is so good. Cool. So this needs to be 23. Oh, I believe.
Oh, it's got a material date time picker.
Yeah, cool. So
That's pretty badass. Sweet.
Cool. I will have a... Cool. Just made a timer link. This one should be accurate to the time that we plan on ending, or the actual code portion. Let me get this onto my stream. Add browser source. There we go.
Let's see what we got.
Ugly, but it works. Is there a way for me to change the number
that's
of
perfect.
digits?
That's not bad, actually.
Yeah, I can live with this for sure.
You could overflow it on the left if you really cared.
Oh, they have like a little customizer for it too. This is like...
Whoever made that is a legend.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was planning on making, honestly. Is this a
The only
Flutter
mistake
app?
they made? I wonder about that. It's not, though.
God, it has like... It's so material UI that it's hard to know.
I know. I can tell you how I know. It's because when you select the text, it acts the way you expect it to.
Make it mono is a good point. Roboto.
Yeah, I was gonna say the one thing that they screwed up is they're not using tabular figures.
Cool. How do you guys see our screens? You will when we go get started. Don't worry. Oh yeah, I guess that we are starting now. Is it time to begin?
I think it is. All right, man. I guess I'll see you in 2.5 hours.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'll probably hang up on the ping call for now, but I will see you there in a bit. Peace.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Theo.
Of course. Good luck.
Yeah, you too.
Whew. There we go. Here goes nothing, guys. Let me get that browser source in on here. I can just re-add the old one. Add browser. I do not do that, actually. There we go. Cool. Got a timer, and let me add back my NDI source as well. Cool. So I think the plan's going to be... I very poorly put the mobile app here. Might have to hide the overlay just so I don't get too distracted by chat. And yeah, let's get going. Cool. I also just realized that my Mac's on the wrong display mode, so I need to fix that as well. Also, the phone fell asleep, which means that the NDI broke. Start. Hopefully that'll be good. And I need to change my display settings. as I do every time I fucking stream nowadays, I swear. Mirror. There we go. Oh, it's like doing the scaling issues again. Why is this happening when we have a programming contest of all times? At least, oh no, it's 30 FPS. I'm gonna fucking puke. Come on. I hate when I'm just gonna plug it back in and hope it works in like 3 or 4 tries. Why? I have to do a 30 FPS stream, guys. And 60. Okay, we're good. Anyways, let's get started. Learn Dart in X minutes. Okay. Dart is a single-threaded general-purpose programming language. It borrows a lot from other mainstream languages. Supports streams, futures, generics. Syntactically, it looks familiar enough that I'm going to want to die. Classes that take generics? What? God, I hate OO so much. Then I'm going to keep this open in the background. I feel like there's enough random OO stuff in there that's going to make me want to die that I'm going to try to not think about that too much just yet. I also think I'm going to use my the Flutter template app I already made. I was considering making a new one live, but no. Terminal, maybe code, tmux. Do I have it in here? I do not. I think I actually made a separate folder for it. F play, yeah. ls, yeah. Cool. So first question to Flutter people in the chat. Also realizing this is going to be a little hard to see. I'm going to quickly add a background to this, which is annoying to do right now, but whatever. Also, Maple, can you make... Oh, you already made the multi-stream command. Fuck yeah. You guys are the best. Color source. Don't want this big. And I want it to be black. Okay. And that goes behind there. Good enough for me. Cool. Don't need to see the new release. This. Main extends. Title is Flutter demo. So what is the preferred way to run a Flutter project? Because I want to be able to hot reload trivially. I've seen people that run it from in here. It's gonna FVM. Yeah. Yeah. I have this all on my Z shell. Oh, FVM, Flutter. Okay, I am not going to use FVM because I do have Flutter installed the Flutter way. Source. Launching lib main dart on dev7 debug. Okay. It's now signing. I had the Flutter path removed and FVM set, but it seems like that was broken. Cool. This will be good in just a sec. And it appears that this is now working. Cool. Let's do a quick code change to make sure that is actually the case. This should restart. Yep. Okay, and if I change this to counter minus minus, and I press this, it doesn't change. But if I go here, I press R to reload. Now it goes down. Cool. That's annoying, but I don't feel like figuring out a better workflow right now when I'm learning the fucking programming language and everything else related. So, yeah. Let's also, we'll make this a little less wide so y'all can more easily see things. Honestly, what might be better is for me to... No, what? Did my capture card just fucking crash? Are you kidding? Okay. Fix itself. Cool. So I guess the first thing should be to install the TMI Dart package. How does one install a package in Flutter? Good first question. So like a good equivalent of or npm install. Installing Dart pub add TMI with Flutter. Pub add TMI. Cool. Let's import. Is it okay to just do things in main, or should I be doing this in another file? I rather than should, do I have to do this in another file? I don't have to. Good news. Thank you, guys. Why does this not know that TMI is a thing? This is different than how it had it in the install. That makes sense. Cool. And it's not TMI Dart, it's just TMI. Oh, my... Do I have to do this inside of something, I'm assuming? Yeah, I'll just do this in the main. That makes sense. Is it... I'm guessing the rule is you can only define classes and main functions outside of stuff? If so, that kind of makes sense. I know I said it. Yeah, I'll use Luke's chat. Big Heady. G-H-E-T-T-I. Perfect. Yeah, I think I'm okay with classes and methods being the only top-level definable things. Let's reload that. I'm assuming I'll see logs in... Cannot run with sound null safety because of the following dependency. That seems not right. Could not build. Why can you not build? Oh no. What? How do I deal with that? Is there a way to convince Flutter to not deal or push that? Or do I have to go back to an old Flutter version? I can still use unsound. How do I use unsound? That's the thing I want to do. No sound, null safety. Thank you. Theoretically, we should be getting, okay, channel joined. I'm going to go test message. Woo! Good news, boys. That means we're getting messages now. Let's get these rendered somewhere, I suppose. Would the right place to do that be on build? Of like, this method is rerun every time set state is called. So no, that's not where I would want to do that. Const my home super final. Okay. My home page state. So what we want is there. I'm gonna. Do I make a new file now? I think I'm gonna make a new file now, just so I can comment these things out and have them for reference. Chat.art. So I want to yoink. Let's go yoink the whole thing and go crazy with deletions. Delete. Definitely delete. Delete. Build. And we'll come back here in a minute. Const my homepage. Let's. All right. Oh no, there's multiple array types. Quick chat. Which of these should I be using? Iterable or list for chat messages? List? Okay. Okay, so this actually seems like it should probably go in state. So I will make a class chat state. Comparing to this. Okay, void increment set. Cool, that's all that does. Oh, it extends state. What is it extending? What is? Oh, extends stateful widget. That makes sense. Where do I have to import stateful widget from? Is that from material.dart? Like, how am I able to extend that? Material? Okay, thank you guys. Weird that the UI package is where you extend your state from. I very much don't like that. That's the first like actual super what the fuck I've had. That just feels incorrect. Can I change this to chat view? Why would that not work when it does here? Oh, is it because I need to state my homepage state extends. Oh, this is part of this. What? Do I actually have to like manually run things in here? This method is rerun every, yep, okay, good to know. Cool, let's handle the connection logic first then. I have that in the main here, I believe, cool. I'll paste this in here. Let's have a their client for now. I'm just gonna paste these. Actually, can I have this be of the type TMI client but not defined yet? But I want us to define that when the build happens the first time, and then if it exists, don't do it in future times. Cool. How do I give this a type? Mark it as late. Oh, does this take an init state? Because that's the best thing, probably. Init. It's not included in learn Dart. Flutter init state. Late instead of var. Okay. Init method. Init state. Okay. I think that's the right thing. Void init state. And theoretically, this should work and start logging even if it's super unsafe. Chat view extend stateful widget. What's the error in here? Oh, yeah, I don't have any of those things. I'm not going to do anything in here. Do I have to return scaffold? Builds fast. I really hate the control flow of this, like, immensely. Also, the thing I don't get is it feels like the state is describing the UI layout here. I want state that just gives me data. Does it have to give me something else too? Remove entirely, just keep scaffold? Okay. Rad. Let's go get this guy mounted then. Flutter getting started. Writing your first. I just want to see what it looks like to fucking mount a widget from another file. I can guess that I have to import. Do I have to give it an as like? So I have an easy example: import chat and return instead of my app. Okay. Flutter in 100 seconds. Let's do it. Early apologies if the volume's fucked. Let me.
Apps on iOS.
I can't hear it, sadly. Advanced audio properties. HD60X monitor and out. I should be able to hear it though. Output, audio. Apply, okay. Settings.
Android, the web, and desktop.
Yeah, I can't hear it. It's super poppy. Yep. We will not be able to watch this way. I'll super quickly. Click the second recommended. Well, 205 viewers. Nuts. Flutter 100 seconds. Cool. Let me studio mode, window. Cool. Doing this for now. Far from the best thing, but we can at least watch it quick.
iOS, Android, the web, and desktop. At its core, Flutter combines a high-performance graphics engine with the Dart programming language. In development, Dart provides full type safety and stateful hot reload to help you build reliable apps quickly. In production, Dart compiles to native machine code, which means your graphics will render beautifully on any platform. Install Flutter, then run Flutter Create to create a new project. Now open the main Dart file. This is where you build animation, scrolling, responsive layout, and everything in Flutter is a widget. This method returns a widget, and its children return widgets, and their children return widgets, giving us an expressive, declarative UI structure, which you can easily traverse using Flutter's awesome tooling. Whenever the input data to this widget changes, Flutter will rebuild the UI by calling your build method. Stateless widgets are immutable and don't have any internal data. When you have an interactive widget where the internal data might change based on user input, you can extend a stateful widget. Properties defined on this class can be reactive. For example, we might have a counter that starts at 0. Then in our build method, we have one of Flutter's built-in buttons that calls a function whenever it's pressed. It increments the counter by calling setState, which tells the framework that the widget's data has changed, causing the UI to re-render with the latest data. You can now play with this app on a real device using the Flutter run command. That's cool and all, but let's make some changes. We'll go back to our source code and center the button on the middle of the screen. Instead of writing code, just click on the button and hit Ctrl-Shift-R, then wrap your button with a center widget. Next, change the color of the button and notice how Flutter previews that color directly in your IDE. Now to hot reload the app, simply type R into the command line. It only took a few milliseconds to build a new experience. This has been Flutter.
It did not show me how to mount a widget in a widget, which is the specific thing I was looking to do. Assuming, okay, my app extends stateless widget. I don't know how to get this. Do I have to export? So just give me a really quick, remove const, but I had const originally. No, bad advice. How do I get this there? Or am I'm so close to just pulling all of this into the other thing. An auto Discord call? Okay, I will Discord call you right now, Otto. Otto.
Yo.
Yo, you're gonna come in for the assist here?
Yeah, okay. It's a lot simpler than you would think. I think it's been a while since I've worked with Flutter, but I think if you import the file,
This is mirrored.
if you just import the file, then if you scroll down, like chat is trying to get you to replace the full app with your, like, think of chat.dart as a component rather than a full app.
That's
right?
what I wanted to do originally.
Yeah, you don't want to have your chat view in there. You just want to keep my app.
Yep. And then in here, widget build, return. Is this where I would do it? Or
no, you want the material app because that's like the
top
like
level?
that defines the colors.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you go to the like in here, you have your center and your column. If you just replace that column with a chat view, then it should work. And I should get rid
delete
of
all of the props that it's getting past.
Yeah, exactly.
Prefer
For
const.
const. Yeah. And Flutter likes trailing commas because it makes it prettier.
Where am I missing a trailing comma?
After the chat view. There you
Still
go.
mad about
And if you
this.
go,
Value
if you go into
title.
chat.dart, you have final string title there up at the
Yep.
top. So just get rid of that because you don't need to
Yeah.
pass any variables in. And then you also need to get rid of it
From here.
in the constructor. Yeah.
Does this need a key still? Is that just for like how it's keying things internally?
I don't think I think the key is optional, actually. Yeah. So you don't need that at all. And now it should render. Now go back to the chat. I want to explain something real quick about how the init state and stuff works. So think of the build function as like the bottom part of a functional component in React.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's like the
This is
return,
the
and then
JSX
that's the
basically.
JSX exactly. So you don't want a scaffold because a scaffold comes in with like a built-in like the title bar at the top. So you probably just want a column there, I think, because if you're gonna render like a column of chat messages, column and then children, and then children would be, I forget, you would map your messages into,
Yeah. For now, I'm just gonna do. Can I just put text here like hi?
I think you'd have to wrap it in a widget, but I think there's just a text widget. Yeah. It's just called text. And it wants it to be const probably. The widget to be const, yeah.
Add about a missing comma.
That's a semicolon.
Text, string.
Scroll down? What's the error it's throwing?
Uh,
yeah, you have to put it in an array because it's a column, so it takes multiple children.
So can I just do array or do I have to do
just square brackets?
Square brackets? Okay.
Yeah. There you go. And that's
What's this matter now at the end?
Semicolon.
Semicolon. Cool.
There you
go. Does prettier work for this and will it do things like that for me?
Yeah, I mean, I think Dart has a formatter. But I don't know if it's called like Dart FMT probably. I don't know. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, we have text rendering. Finally. Good shit. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. Let me know if you have any other questions.
Of course. Yeah, I don't know how much you'll be lurking in chat, but I appreciate this immensely. I think from here I can make things happen.
All right. Peace.
Whew, huge shout out to Otto for the dive in there and the assist. Needed that immensely. I removed the connection from in here, right? Just want to make sure that the messages I'm getting in terminal are indeed coming from that. They are. Cool. It looks like I'm binding it twice at the moment, or it just has a stale binding. Oh yeah, it has a stale binding because of the hot reload. How do I do a harder reload? What's the key for that? F5 R, big R. Big R sounds correct. Cool. Now we have joined chat. Let's start posting messages. Client.on. Just want to append this. Set state current. Come on, Copilot. Is that not a thing? Update list. Remove the current. Okay, just try that for now. Typing is hard. I'll just do it. If it's that easy, I'll be pretty impressed. And then in here, I want to do, is there a map? Text E. It's an iterable. Okay, list view.build is what I need. It seems like list view.builder. List view builder Flutter. Oh, a to list at the end will do it too. No? Not too many parens being closed. Yeah, I don't need that. Okay, cool. That looks right. Let's refresh. Not rebuilding. Well, rebuilt, but it's not showing the text. Iterables for lazy. Yeah, so I converted this to a list. Remove the brackets around text. Need someone there to send a message. I'll just go to his stream. Still not appearing. Shit. Okay. Text.to list. Yeah, I could use this room. We were trying to use their other room, but yeah, I'll switch that to here just to make it a little easier. It doesn't refresh state? Okay, I'll hot restart. Hopefully that'll do it. Woo! We got chat messages appearing. Good shit. Cool. So, we have a lot more work to do, but at least messages are now appearing on my phone. Oh no, it errored some way. Bottom overflowed by 156. That is, okay, first huge Flutter win. This is a massive Flutter win. Having a call out here that says the amount of overflow that's happening, this would have saved me hours, if not days of time in React Native. That's a cool thing. Good shit. Wrap it in a single child scroll view. That sounds correct. Single child scroll view. And what does this take? Oh, wrap the column. Single child scroll. Flutter scroll view. Would it be a scroll view or nested scroll view? Okay. Oh, so this has to have child. That's dumb. Let's in a hot reload or hard restart it. Spam my chat, boys. Need to see if it is scrollable now or not. Try to make the text larger so it's easier to see if we're scrolling or not. Yay, it scrolls now. Cool. So if y'all have learned anything from me, should be commit often. Cool. Now that we have that working, I'm trying to decide if I want to start polishing the UI now or if I want to clean up the state a little bit so that I can do more with the UI. Like my next immediate thought is rather than messages just being a list string, I want this to be a custom type. Can I pass a like generic type here that's like name string, body string, or do I have to like make a class that is just that? have to make a class just to put those two things? Or, right, hey, the quality of my source isn't what I'm being quizzed on here. So, oh, a map will do this? A map will be key val, but the key's a thing and a straight, or in the val's a thing. Class message. Var name, var body. E dot name, e dot message, or e dot body. And here I want to message dot add message name. Do I have to do new message or something? Const message. Use constructor. I have to create the constructor. Fuck. God, I hate. I think there was an example of that in here. Flutter constructor. Oh? Are you kidding? If anybody thinks this is defensible, no. Maybe if I passed whatever the type of this all was, but I'm not going to do that. Why? Message required, this dot name required, this dot body. Okay, message, this dot name, this dot body, and then not do this. I not need those. Okay. There we go. Wrong tab. List. Oh, that's because it was a soft reload. I see why they don't auto hot reload, because the HMR in Flutter is awful. Cool. Now we have way better ability to manage these. So the first thing I want to do is, like, I guess the equivalent of a flex box here, where there's like left and right, or even just a max width. What would I put here to, like, what's the base unit, the equivalent of like a div that I can fuck around with? Like, what are the core widgets? Is there a list of them somewhere? Row. That's what I want. Container. You sure I don't want row? And this probably needs to be an array as well. No? Okay, row is flexbox, so I want row. Text. Oh, actually, I do want that. And then, comma, text. Cool. The rows appear to be working. I can use row, but container is better. So how am I going to handle the overflow right now where things are going off the screen? Wrap row with flexible. I'm also realizing how obnoxious it is to specifically in things like text chat break things up like that and still have scrolling work over. So like I'll just Excalidraw quick. Like, Theo, this message is too long. Like doing that overflow if the window's only this big sucks ass, especially if I want to make Theo like different style or different color. So I think I'm going to cheap out and not do that yet. I hate not doing that yet, but I can't justify doing it yet. Is there padding? No. How would I add padding to this? Just container it. Child. Child scroll view. What's not getting closed? Okay, it works here. Oh, I see. That's probably needs to go there. Container, child. Can I add padding in here then? No? How do I add padding? Padding is widget. Okay. What the fuck is container even for? Oh, padding? Are you kidding? Oh, it's just that I'm missing the comma there. What is this upset about? Sort child property last. Okay. Okay, now we have padding. That makes things look a little less bad. Next thing is I want to make the text bigger. Is there a size? The style include font size, I'm assuming. Flutter text styles. Style text size, size 20. God, you have to... Why is everything a class? Text style. Cool. I forgot a comma. Use column instead of row. Making this look good is going to be the hard part for sure. So my immediate first question is there a way in Flutter to do basically the equivalent of a span where I have a text style with color on it? So back to this example, if I wanted this to have different style properties, maybe it's bold and blue. Rich text, Flutter. Okay, yeah, this looks right. First, I'm going to commit. Let's not make this. I'm going to quickly comment this guy out. Argument iterable cannot. What? To comment out the .to list as well. Good call. Yes, I did. I'm gonna fuck it. Just delete this all. It's in my Git history. Uncommit or uncomment. Okay, now I'm just gonna reconstruct this because I am being dumb. Instead of row here, what we want is delete that. I'm just gonna like copy like piece by piece. Okay, cool. That is now workable. Okay, so text is text span. And I'm not going to pass this text. I'm just going to pass this. All right, no, it's not. This is what I want to pass other things to. And so I want const for this. That's what it's complaining about. What the fuck is it complaining about? What's the const? Okay, the const was too low. That makes sense, kind of. I can const this. Const being so different than it is in the programming languages I normally use is going to drive me mad. What is that auto indentation? That goes in more than the children. What? God, this is so awful. Am I forgetting trailing commas somewhere? Where am I missing a comma? Everything like opens, like messages.map is opening. Line 62. Okay, that one. Wait, but there's a .to list. Can I do a comma here and then .to list, or does the comma go here? What the fuck? If somebody wants to send me a link to like quickly get prettier working, I will love that. But any other comma here? God, is it just like every close paren needs a comma? So I need to put one here too? I hate that so much. So fucking much. Okay, this we don't want to have be bold. We want this to be e dot name. And this is e dot body. Text e dot body. This won't be constable soon. Something I want to do is print all the user state quick. Cool, nothing's rendering anymore. No. Okay, we have badge info, badges. Okay, color, that's what I'm looking for. Okay, let's add that to the class here, var color. User state display name, and I need to add that to the init as well. Cool, let's figure out why this isn't rendering. Maybe it's the color of the text. It defaults black, so I don't know why this is not rendering. Extend text style from context. I am very lost as to why this is not running. Look at the example code. It has the style. What? What the fuck? What the actual fucking shit? What? I hate everything right now. Okay, so how do I add a color here? Do I have to... this can't be a cons because we're passing something to it now. Let's see if that works. Nope. Okay, do I have to convert this somehow, like hex color? How does one convert from a hex? Like hex color. Flutter hex color. I have to... What? This isn't gonna work though, is it? Like, there's no way. Do I like? How do I put the your color? It's a dynamic thing, guys. Hex color is not a real class unless I go yoink it from here. So I guess we're making our own custom hex color class. Okay, what am I not closing anymore? What am I? What equal where? String color equals. First, where would I put an equal in here? Oh, what the fuck's that sound? Oh no, I'm sorry guys. I think some random timer. Yeah, I had some timer in the background. So sorry for the beeping. Read the top example in the answers. So do I have to make it every time? Like I have to instantiate this? Are you fucking me? Color. Is it? Close first text span parens. They are. Oh, I'm missing one text span. There we go. Thank you. Don't know why most of y'all were so useless, but shout out to the one person who actually recognized what was wrong there. Look at that. We did it. Let's... What? What the fuck? We're not using color, guys. Because Flutter is bad, we will not have color. Fucking Christ. I'm genuinely a little upset about that. Okay, now I need to full width this text span somehow. Is there like a full align left, maybe? Can I just align left? How does one align text? On the parent widget. Is it rich text, the parent widget? Remove center from the main dart. Okay, yeah, I can do that. That's the quick solution. Thank you for giving me the hack way out of this. Body. What do I put here instead? Container? No? Okay, we'll do that for now. Okay, we have that. How do I full width this? I guess I should full width this column. So to list. It wants things other than children first. So is there a style? A column has a line. How do I need to full width main axis size. Is this like a number? main access size dot full. Is it full or max? That did something. It wasn't the right thing, but it was something. Cool. Aligned, I think. And hex wrapping. Holy shit. Anything push it to. Cool. So next is auto scroll. I'm down to do this the ugly way where whenever a new message comes in, we scroll to the bottom. I'm assuming I'd have to do that in the set state. Maybe. Flutter auto scroll is so easy. I should probably do the other things. We don't have auto scroll as one of the tasks, so I might cheap out on that for now. Let me sneak in the input at the bottom here. What I want to do is in this column, I guess I should do one more column on the outside. Children. What is that mad about? When does this column close? Oh, it closes. There. Nice. The reason I'm doing this is I want to add an input here. God, I hate that they add the like imaginary fucking comments to tell where things close. I have the Flutter extension, guys. I have the Flutter extension. I'm not using their weird, like... Okay, I want an input. So Flutter text input field. Create and style text fields, most commonly used for text input widget. Text field, input decorator, border outline input. Okay, so how do I scroll? Oh, I have the scroll view too high. Let's... And one close here, it's unnecessary. No? Undo what I just did. Okay, so I want this scroll view like one lower. What I'm going to do is kill the scroll view. Where does that end? Okay, that ends here, I think. Cool. Cool. I think that will. Okay, no, that's not handling. Guys, if the syntax is so bad, I have to start relearning my editor. I'm not relearning my fucking editor. I'm sorry. Column needs to be in a single child. The column is in the single child. This column does. So I want the, okay. The thing I'm trying to do is make it so the chat widget is visible, even when chats are scrolling through. I want the, here's what I want. I want this to stay visible as this is scrollable. What is expanded? Wrap single child scroll view with expanded. Wrap the column or the... Did I wrap the right thing here? Looks like I wrapped the right thing. Fuck yes. Thank you. That's it. Cool. Now we have an input field. It's not going to do anything just yet, but it's there. Oh, that's cool. It moves up. And that does nothing because I haven't coded any of that behavior yet. Also going to go hide the floating actions bullshit. I really hate the fake comments thing so much. It's like it's a slightly different color, but it's not enough so for me to tell the difference. I bet if I had a different theme, it might work, but I guarantee you the people who made this theme aren't fucking using Dart. It has to be initialized in your init state. So we currently can't even send a message because I haven't done auth yet. We're only connecting to chat via the very default like TMI client connection. What I need here is an auth of some form. So I need to do the like any of the stupid like authorize this sites. I'm going to use a different Chrome profile because I have a different Twitch account on here. Let me Twitch token generator. Cool. Y'all now have this token that you can theoretically use to send chat messages. I hope you don't. Please be kind. Let me look at the TMI package. Does it not have the ability to authorize yet? Because TMI.js totally does. You have like identity connections, you have token connections. Not having auth is a pretty big thing to not have. Okay, there's source code for it somewhere. There's a way to send, so there has to be a way to connect with auth. Yeah, here we are. It can take a client ID and a token. I thought so. How do we use those, though? Would it be the constructor, maybe? Client. Nothing seems to use either. Wait, get token for the username. Do I have to use a username password for this? Are you kidding? Fucking Christ, cool. So we can't do that way. Good to know. What are the other features? Flow, send messages, render emotes, enter and change channels. I think that entering and changing channels are probably going to be the thing that is the least miserable. But all of these are going to suck really hard. Oh, God. I'm upset. We're not building our own OAuth for this, no. I think that I'm gonna like the thing that feels the most viable is the check at the start for like which or where do you want to connect? Yeah, commit. Okay, cool. So what I need to do here now is create a flow for that is separate for the channel selector. Can I get rid of all this bullshit? Don't want any of this crap anymore. Class select channel extends state. Don't have state for it to extend yet. Our class selected channel state extends. How do I do this here? Let's extend stateful widget, not state. I will say having state be like a derivative of the class like this is so, or of like the view class is really strange. Yeah, this where state extends the view, it's just like the primitives feel upside down. Guys, I don't know the fucking snippets. Okay. Sorry, not extending the view. The fact that in the state extension that the state has to take the view as a property. Flutter hooks. I really want to honestly try this. Is this viable? Can I actually get away with using this? Flutter hooks is decent. I've seen people say decent to great. I'm not seeing anybody say don't do it. My only concern is I don't necessarily see how things are interacting with each other. Flutter text input hook example. YOLO. Why do I need hooks? Because I need state, and I can't get my head around their state right now. Show me the, okay. God, that is so much better. Final channel name equals use state empty string. Oh, I feel so much better already. You guys have no idea. Does it need to be in a build method? Oh, yeah, it does. That's fine. What's the... Oh, you have to... No? Counter only exists within there. Except for the add override. Has to return something? Is that what I was complaining about? That's what I was complaining about. It'll be a little annoying, but it doesn't override inherit. Yeah, that makes sense. Return. I'll just return text for now. Cool. And then I want this. What would can in here I run logic? Can I in here actually, like, if channel name equals empty string, return text hi. Oh, there. This work? Cool. Nice. Finally, something working roughly how I would expect it to. can delete all these things from here then. And here I want to and if that does exist, then we want to render I don't get, like, because this is returning a widget build. Is this a widget or is this a state? Oh, extends hook widget. Stateful hook widget, I'm assuming. Okay, so this is a widget as well. I probably shouldn't have undone what I did there. Let me git stash. I want to yoink this. Git stash pop. De-yoink that. Chat page. Chat view. And this is gonna actually take the channel in a sec, but we'll get there in a sec. This should return like that. And I'm gonna want to change here to be chat page instead of chat view. Hopefully. The fuck? Oh, it just extends hook widget, even though this one's stateful. I guess you don't have to do stateful hook widget. Cool, that seems to have done it. Wait, why is it rendering? Is this check correct? Channel name dot value. Okay, that actually makes sense because it's the use state thing. That's fine, actually. Thank you for that. Good call. Nice. Fuck yes. That's huge progress, actually. What I want to do here is now the input. Yeah, let me just yoink the input from there. I'm going to commit this as... fuck, wrong buttons. I don't need to keep printing this. It's going to be noisy as hell. Main body color. I wanted to make this so you can input something and it will change. So we want to yoink the text field. Text field. Enter search term. Cool. Change this to choose channel. Does this have an on like submit for when I press enter? I shouldn't need a button. I should be able to know when the user presses enter in a text field. Unchanged value set, or how do you actually update the value in? Okay, it's looks like they just changed it. Yeah. Channel name dot value equals value. Remove constant text field. Oh shit, Luke's sending messages. Oh no, we're screwed. We don't have a path for auth. Oh no. To string? So it shouldn't be a const. Okay, why is this upset? What? I'm so confused. I think this will work at least. Theoretically, it's going to break immediately. If this is working, as far as I understand, it's going to immediately try and like change the view once one character goes in. Yes, it is. Cool. That is what I thought it would do. God, that initial state was really strange. Let's... Is there really no like on submitted? Here we go. Theo, enter. That did roughly what it was supposed to. Cool. Now I should actually make that do something. Okay, chat extend state. So I need to pass in the init here their channel. When the init state gets called in, this guy is probably the best place to do that. Fair channel. How did I do this in that? Oh, I never gave those things types, I suppose. Okay, var channel name. Okay, we want to create this. Can you init state with defaults? Now from the state, I can do widget.channelName. Where does it come from? So not here, just in this. $sign widget. Oh, that's weird. I really don't like that control flow. And stop passing that here. Okay. Theoretically, chat view. Oh yeah, this dot channel access channel name dot value. That makes sense. Theo, enter. So I send a message. Okay, cool. I hate that for some reasons something I changed broke the expanded like full width. Expanded. Oh, do you know what it is? It's these probably need to be an expanded too, don't they? Theo. Perfect. This looks as expected. Cool. So we are running out of things to add. I kind of want to get color because that feels like it should be viable. A value should always be coming back. What I'm going to start doing is I'm going to also log the color here. I don't really care about the message. Channel, display name, colon, user, state, color. So we're logging those and we can figure out what color was causing the crash. Color hex color dot from hex e dot color. I don't know whose message that was. Okay. It's a null string. Okay, let's see whose message caused that. Okay, so Tony Hart 7's chat or message doesn't have a color set. So I think the easiest thing is to just put a default here equals and then where do I said here? Is there an equivalent of this from JavaScript? Nullish coalescence. It's not mad at me. Is that a thing? Please tell me nullish coalescence is already a thing. That will be like my happiest moment so far. I accidentally just closed the app. Fuck me. I'm not using the VS Code plugin, guys. I don't use VS Code plugins to run my shit. I'm sorry. My CLI is where my code runs. I don't even use the built-in terminal. I'm not going to entirely change my workflow right now. I'm sorry. Well, whoever had the no color set, can you send more messages? Okay, cool. Okay, Rohit. Yeah, that through still. Is this not nullish? Is it not coming through? Oh, is it empty string? Fuck, it's got to be empty string. That's what it is. Var new color equals user state color if new color equals empty string. Fucking Copilot. Fucking, I did the same thing. I keep hitting the wrong hotkey. Okay, guys, fine. You win. I pressed F5 and it tried to dictate. I'm pressing function F5 and we'll see what happens. Can I not look at this part? Could not build. Yeah, we're not using that one. And command tilde does not do it because the debug console is separate. No, no, no. And sadly, that error was not immediate. That took a few seconds to happen, which is time I lost in this contest. I hope every single person who's been saying, use the editor, use the editor, use the editor the whole time feels pretty fucking bad right now because not a single one of you said, by the way, you're using null safety, so you have to do something different. Looks like I fixed colors. Can the person who had the, no color set? Yay! Tony was the person who was broken and it's working now. Okay, the next thing I want to do is auto scroll. Let's Flutter auto scroll. Okay, so I'm immediately seeing an annoying problem. Wait, no, this set state lives in here. This is actually doable. Fuck yes. Okay, so in here, after the set state, I need to scroll to the new message. I'm not reverse true in the scroll view is going to put the most recent message at the top instead of the bottom. Clever, but that's not how chat views work. I need another controller for this. I can't just do scroll to -1. It can't be number of messages times font size because messages can wrap. Look at the Fossabot message at the top right now. Of course, you can't hear me. Not close enough to the mic. Sorry. Too busy being in pain. Reverse true is just gonna... flip things, isn't it? Where would I even put that? In the scroll view. That's even worse. Oh. Wait, why does reverse not reverse things? What the fuck does reverse do? This works. I just I will admit I am jealous of Luke right now. Can someone like in 2 sentences explain what this does? Guys, let's be very clear about this. See, when new messages come in, they appear at the bottom. Right now, new messages appear on the bottom. I'm commenting this line out and hard reloading. Let's spam up chat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Notice how the messages are in the same order. Reverse changes where they start from and also introduces weird scroll patterns as well. It doesn't reverse scroll direction. It reverses where the starting point is for the scroll container. It's like justify content flex end with built-in side effects. What? I hate this so much. I guess emotes is what's left, right? Because I can't send messages. I really don't feel like doing messages. This is pictures is gonna suck. It's gonna suck for so many reasons. Oh, so I made a good point in chat that I'm confusing the column from the scroll view. The thing I'm reversing is the scroll view, not the column within it, because the scroll view's child is the column. So it's reversing the relationship between this and this. That makes a little more sense. Good point. I still hate it, but that does make more sense. Reversing the column would do the thing that I was thinking of initially. Yeah, thank you guys. I honestly can't rate Dart because I don't know how much of my frustration right now is Dart versus Flutter. Is there like an OAuth package? Because I can get OAuth working. It just won't work for chat, which does still technically qualify. I said OAuth flow. I didn't say the OAuth flow has to let you send messages. Wait, guys, tell me that this is not the worst idea ever that I'm totally going to go do right now. What if, and hear me out, we embed these behaviors in a really quick next app and then hit the endpoints from inside of Flutter instead? Because I do not want to figure out the auth right here. I could throw together a Lambda function and then pass it the things from the app directly. I think we found our way around this, boys. Back to JavaScript. Woo! Why does this feel like trouble, guys? I need this sounds like a solution to the problems that we are currently running into, is what it fucking sounds like to me. So let's get this one, boys. Anyways. Let's create T3 app. My T3 app. I should give it a real name. Hacky chat sends TypeScript. I could get like actual auth working on this. Yeah, I'm going to put NextAuth and Prism in here just in case I end up wanting them. I know it's going to be annoying because then and I'm going to keep tailing because I actually build a UI for it. Initialize new Git. So we'll do the OAuth part last. I'll get back to that if I have time. What I do right now is a way I can post a message that works. So what I'm thinking, let's open this. I should stop doing the full screen VS Code instance. It's going to keep annoying me. Okay, so we're going to go in here, get and let's source pages API chat hell.ts. Oh, I don't have an example. Export default chat function. I don't even have Postman installed. Are you kidding? Do I really not have Postman installed on here? I really don't have Postman installed. I have -- casket. Okay, cool. Found it. Yeah, I could curl for the time being. Curl. I have this running, right? No, I don't. Yeah. I am a little confused about why that is not working. This is the right project, right? Hacky chat sends. Did I put it in the TRPC? Oh, I did put it in the TRPC folder. Good call. I was so sure I went out of my way to not put that there. Thank you. There we go. Cool. And if I do token equals test token. I have to escape that because I'm in here. Cool. That's fine. Res.send message. Hi. Cool. I can work from here. So I need to get TMI set up in this. Trying to decide like where I want to deploy this. I'm probably just going to deploy it on Railway, so there's not as much delay. No, it's going to be more annoying. So I haven't done a next deploy on Railway in a long time. I'm just going to get a repo create so I don't have to worry about it later. Create a new repo. Hacky chat server. I did fucking new repo. Fuck. Cool. Now I need to do TMI. God, I really wish the GitHub CLI was like, it asked a third as many questions. Like, always have the same answers for fucking everything. I needed to TMI JS. And we'll have to connect or import TMI from TMI.js. Oh, it doesn't have types. You have to have the channel name by the time you're creating it. It's a little annoying. OAuth flow. This token off. This is identity, so you have to have the username and the OAuth token to connect. Oh, this actually might be what the TMI thing does, because it did have identity within it. So password's probably the OAuth pass. We'll go with that for now. Options. I should add a username in here. Username. It's not in options. It'd be in identity, username, password token. Is it say? How do you send a message? So you want to have an example of send? Oh, client.say. Cool. Is that a promise as well? Yes, it is. Cool. So if I did all of this right, I should be able to grab this guy. I should be able to create a URL quick. Local host 3000 /API/chat hell channel equals Theo and message equals testing and username equals probably not Theo and token equals this. And if this is correct, if I escape that, I'll be able to curl it. And that is not enough. I do not feel like making this valid right now. Curl, maybe if I... Error. Oh, yeah, good call. I have that as username. Error, no response from server. Line 14. Okay, user token. Why would that be failing? Did I do anything else in the connect in here? I need to be secure true. Let's see if I just comment this stuff out. Will it work? Cannot send anonymous messages. Cool. So it seems like there's something about that it's not like, oh, I know what it is. Woo! Message is coming through. Cool. We can work with this. Let's Vercel deploy this guy quick. And I know there's a chat delay, guys. So yeah, we'll test this again quick. You'll see it before I do. Or before, yeah. It came up literally immediately for me, so this seems to be a good solution. And now I have to figure out how to do API calls in Flutter. Oh boy. Oh no, I hit refresh when it was building. I hate when I do that. I do that a lot. No production. Oh, it's still building. Okay, cool. If I go and change the test URL here quick. These 2 slashes. Oh no. What? Why is that? Oh, I know what's happening. It's escaping itself. Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot this. Thank you. Fuck me. It'll be up in like 50 seconds or so. Okay. If I just go to the URL this way, L 404. We'll wait for this to build. While that's going on, Flutter fetch. It's like, this is the package I need. No, I need to install it first. Oh, is it already included so I don't have to install it? I just import it in the code. That makes sense. Let's import. I guess it is not included by default. Are you kidding me? Can I pub add for that? They don't have the command on the Flutter doc for it. They expect me to go manually add it in dependencies. HTTP install. There we go. Okay, do a hot restart so I have that. Let me see if this worked yet. Heh. Cool, that's working. Nice. The endpoint is valid, and I can run with that. Final return. So I need to add another on submitted. Where's the input? Here. This should be its own class. Well, stop pretending it doesn't need to be. Class, message, input, extends, hooks, widget. Hook widget, not hooks widget. Hook widget, message, or var message. And then I need to widget build. Is that what I did in this one? Should probably just copy this. Yeah, actually, I'm just going to copy this like verbatim because it's pretty much exactly what I need here. Not that guy, just this guy. God, I hate the default scroll behavior in VS Code so much. It's like hard to put into words. It scrolls way too fast, always. Oh, but only, actually not always, only when you're selecting text. Where are we not closing? remove the arrow. Oh. God damn it, JavaScript brain. Thank you for that call out. I would never have seen that in my life. Cool. That should do it. But I need to do the HTTP thing now. Let me see how you do it. Let's put this here. Will it work? A string is not a URI. Do I have to? Okay, I can URI dot parse the URL. Do I have to import URI separately? Is it a different package? Oh, it's not capitals. It's uppercase URI. And can I just parse? Okay, that looks like it's less mad at me. Why is it? Oh, there's one more paren needed. Cool. Theoretically, this will work. Let's see. Theo. Oh, I didn't hot reload. Sad. People are saying DO instead of HTTP. Is it better enough? I'm dumb. This looks a billion times better already. Thank you. Okay, we'll use this instead. This has to be async, I'm assuming. Can I do that? Oh, it's after. Oh, cool. Print res. Theo. Okay, why is that not calling the unsubmitted? I'm not getting any prints. Okay, why is the other one working and not this one? What? Theo. Oh, am I not using the new widget? You are absolutely correct. I'm a fucking moron. Thank you. You might have just saved this. Woo! Message is sent. It feels like it doesn't update this part immediately, though, or ever, even. Oh, I know why. Because it's not smart enough to, like, the value here isn't bound. Can I do that? How do I reset a value in an input field here? I have to call set state. I just call it and do nothing. I need a text editing controller. I got a better idea. What if I don't? Nowhere in the guide or the like or the plan does it say you have to have the message clear itself after. Cool. Let's see if I can send the actual message I have here now. Let's reload quick. I need a hard reload for that one. Theo, testing a manual message. Woo! Look at that, boys. Don't need auth to be built into the platform for me to make things work the way I need them to. Whew. I am incredibly happy with my solution to this problem. An Expo guy just sent me a screenshot of them hitting my endpoint and it working. So yes, you all have access to that URL. It's that's a thing. It happens. So I think the next thing is to qualify for. Let me just copy paste this. Okay, so we have chat rendered. I'll just put X's. Okay, so we got X. Kind of got this. I got that. You didn't get that. I think we should do this proper so it can count. There's no way I can get emotes working in 12 minutes. Annex, I did that and it doesn't work. Because value isn't what the text field renders. We need to be able to control the text field and update it. Theoretically, though, I should be able to send this message again. It works. Nice. I want to make it so you can input other things quick. So I already, yeah, committed this. Cool. So what I want to do next is in the same place where channel name is a thing, I want to also add username and OAuth token. On submit. Okay, this needs to be a column then. I want constants everywhere. Do use... This is so awful. Y'all need to stop defending this shit. Anyways. For the replacement for what? Flutter emoji. So the emoji for Flutter is not going to do anything that I need to. What am I wrapping in curly braces? A lot of shit to wrap. Am I wrapping the return? Oh, the if statement. Cool. Thank you. Let's do 3 of these. Username OAuth token. We don't need unsubmitted for those. I want this to not be channel name. We want this to be username. And this guy takes all 3 as well. The requirement was Twitch emotes, not Unicode. I should have made that clear when we planned ahead. Got 9 minutes left. Okay. I need to drill these all the way down here. User var channel var. I'm just going to copy all of those vars from above. I'm sure there's better ways to do inheritance, but I'm not going to figure those out right now. And then I need this guy. Message input. Does this have none of that stuff pass through? Oh, I can do the widget thing. This needs more stuff there. That makes sense. Channel name to value, username dot value, auth dot value. Cool. If I'm understanding correctly, that should work. Let me put these values in. Probably not Theo. I need an easy way to get an OAuth value to my phone. I don't have one. Typing this OAuth token in is going to suck incredibly hard. And it is still faster than any of the ways I can think of to get this to my phone fast. QR code, that's a good call, actually. QR code generator. Or could I airdrop it? I could probably airdrop it. Nah, the QR code generator is the best thing. Why did I do Google Images? Can you? Okay. God, the text fields in Flutter are so bad. Do I go to Luke's? Please work. Please work. Oh, am I hard deploying to... Am I not using those variables? Why did that not work? Let me check my backend code, maybe. No, I'm using the things I passed there. Okay, why would that not work? Hecky, chat help, channel name, message.value, username is username, auth token is auth token. Oh no, did he get emotes working? Fuck. Okay, I have no idea why this wouldn't work. Test the API in the browser. Yeah, I can do that quick, I guess. Let me print out whatever I'm generating here so I can just copy paste that. Oh, it's not URL escaping it. Fuck. How do I URI param escape? How do I encode URI and component? Can I just pass these as URI.encode? Let's see if that does it. I'm gonna copy paste this again. Const post URL. Okay, from Flutter, kind of. Why is that not working? If I localhost 3000 it, see what happens. Error. My token might have expired. It could be that. I'm gonna hope it's that. Twitch token generator. Find the site I was on earlier because I closed it. Fuck. Okay, I'll just use this one instead. Oh, I was using it in the other browser. That's why. I do prefer this one. Fuck me. Fuck me. I am really low on time. Switch apps, TMI, connect, off. Check this URL. Oh, do I have to put the OAuth in front? Was I not doing that? Do I do that on the server or not? Do I do that? Okay, do it on the server. Okay, I don't need to do that here. That send in his chat. Error, no response from Twitch. Why? Why? I don't know why this isn't working. Huh? If I change it to Theo, will it send in my chat? I am so... Okay, cool. We lose. Status. Nope. Doesn't matter. Let's... I said that we can go back to an old commit. Get dash A. I'm just going to git stash that. Oh, did my actual Twitch account get killed? That's possible. What's up? Kind of cool the way you mix it up. Like this? No, it seems like my account isn't totally shadow banned. Wait, maybe it is. That message didn't come through. My fucking test account got shadow banned.
Was carefully placed by hand by a pizza maker at Papa John's. Just like this one, and that one over there. Ooh, and even these in the crust. Get yourself the new epic pepperoni stuffed.
Yeah, I'm sending messages in my account here. Y'all can't see it because, like, size of window. But, yeah, I'm sending messages in my account here. Y'all can't see it because, like, size of window. Chat. But, yeah. Let's pop out Theo. Chat. Shadow banned. That's why it wasn't fucking working. It is possible that this code is actually fine then. A bunch of people got the token. I've just been showing it on the screen the whole fucking stream. I'm get stash popping. Yeah, let's hop on ping. I'll meet you there. Ready on ping when you are. Somebody want to go let Luke know in his chat that we're ready to go whenever? Just needs to join me on ping. Oh, if he requested to join in ping already, tell me he has to re-request because I wasn't there and I fucked up. There it goes. Sorry, I'm piloting a new testing flow in my room and it's like super broken.
No, this is fine. How's it going?
Pretty
fun.
Pretty okay. Yeah, definitely fun. I learned a lot. Mostly about how much I hate Dart.
I learned about how much I hate hooks.
Interesting. The only reason that I was able to start making progress is somebody showed me the Flutter hooks package.
That's perfect. I probably should have started with class-based components, but I figured I would just go ahead and just go all in on hooks and see how it went.
Yeah, hooks definitely have like a period you have to like smooth into them, but once you do, you can just write stuff so much faster. I was lucky in that I got into React about like 2 or 3 weeks before hooks were announced, so I hadn't fully committed, and I was already a functional programming nerd. A lot of my suffering here was OO versus FP for sure. Also, holy shit.
I can see that.
Is every Flutter dev expected to know every niche feature in VS Code because the ergonomics of the language are so bad?
I haven't had that experience. Was there something that was particularly bothersome?
Trying to find the best way to put it other than like chat constantly was telling me like use VS Code to run Flutter, not your terminal. Use the like light bulb icon. Use all these hotkeys to auto wrap things because
that's super interesting.
I type almost all of my code. I don't use hotkeys. I don't use any weird shit because I don't want to like keep learning new things and then forgetting and relearning. I just want to type fast and get my stuff done. I type at around 150 words per minute. I don't want all these crazy tools. I gave up Vim for a reason, but I feel like I have to develop a whole new IDE workflow to maximize my use of Flutter.
Yeah, that's super interesting. I've never thought about it that way. I'm wondering if React code or just like basic, HTML style code is easier to refactor just manually with like a keyboard than Flutter code is. That's what I'm wondering right now. It's also flatter. We know for sure that HTML code is flatter. That's definitely a thing.
Which is funny because HTML is not known for being flat.
I know. Because like Flutter, you have all these styling widgets, right? So you're composing all these styles with these widgets, so the tree gets really deep. Whereas in React Native or React, you have, you've got your components, but then they've got the styles as like an object. So you're doing all the styling in that object. So I think the trees are shorter. They're not as deep as they are in Flutter for sure. And I think that makes it easier to move things around without using IDE tooling.
Yeah,
Does that check out?
Yeah, that checks out. I think that it's a lot more visible. Like one of the really weird things is whatever like the built-in Flutter formatter I had running from like the VS Code extension, if you didn't put commas everywhere, it would indent effectively randomly. The code would work, but it would just randomly choose how to indent things.
Yeah, and that's like always a point of preference, right? Because, Prettier, for example, depending on how you've structured it, it will kind of move to like the closest solution. But Dart, the Dart formatter is 100% deterministic. So whatever your code is will always produce the same result. And so that's where you end up to that thing with the commas. And there's like this huge thing in the Dart community about whether Dart format handles long lines appropriately or not. They do this thing that I call like the broken ankle, where it kind of like does like a weird indent where you're not expecting it to. And so it's definitely like a point of contention. But the argument in favor is essentially a bad deterministic formatter is better than a good non-deterministic formatter. And so that's up to you to decide if you believe that that's true or not. But that's kind of the argument.
you can have a deterministic formatter and add commas for me so everything doesn't go to hell, though. I think that was my big problem.
Yeah, there's been a lot of communication about that as to whether it should add commas in for you. But then again, it's one of those things where the commas really define the style. So some people leave the commas out because they prefer the broken ankle style. And then some people put them in because they prefer like that really nice balanced curly braces, like JavaScript object looking style. And so that's like how you're supposed to be able to choose. I don't know that it's the right way to do it, but that's kind of the idea anyway.
That makes sense. It hurts me. It feels like, specifically, what I like with formatting tools is they make the code of someone who's new and someone who's old look very close to the same. Flutter does not provide that right now. Flutter is so deterministic with its way of formatting that slightly different inputs will have very different outputs. And it's by being so deterministic, it feels more dependent on the input code, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that I can see that argument. What I have noticed is that in a lot of Flutter code bases at scale is they have linters that are set up to do auto fixes. And some of those auto fixes get closer to what you're talking about. Like, oh, hey, there is this missing trailing comma, and it will put the trailing comma in, and then the formatter will run afterwards. So it's almost like a shim between what you're expecting and how Dart format thinks about things.
That sounds very much better to me. I do love when things like a language or a framework provide a formatter. Like, it was one of my favorite things when Elixir did it. They kind of copied it from the Golang community with Go format. But there is a step that comes before the way that a lot of these frameworks consider formatting that just wasn't an experience that I had here.
Yeah, no, I think I really like the Go formatter. My recollection is that the Go formatter was really pragmatic and produced quite beautiful code. And I don't think that's true necessarily in Flutter and Dart. I think you just it's one of those things where you get used to it, and then because you don't have to make decisions and you forget about it, and that's like the argument in favor. But I would say that objectively Dart code is not always beautiful. In some other languages, it is always beautiful.
That's, I don't necessarily know if I want my code to be beautiful so much as consistent. And that's the thing that broke for me is there's a level of determinism where you lose consistency, and a level of consideration that has to be wider than just like take input, result, output. That I felt like wasn't here. But I don't want to go just forever on code formatting, especially when you had a very interesting hooks experience. I want to hear a lot more about what did and didn't work for hooks for you.
So the problem I was having was when you're chaining all these hooks together, and there may even be better ways to do this, right? But in my case, I was trying to do most things with use state and use effect. And I'm familiar with use effect having that dependency array, I guess you would call it, where you basically feed it with the things you like. If any of these change, then rerun the effect. That's how I understand it working anyway. And so I was trying to use state and use effect to do things like, let's create this client, or let's connect with this client. And then when it connects, let's set a state that says, is it connected? True. And then if it's connected, then, maybe we can, show a little status indicator that says, it's connected or it's not. And then from there, there's other things you want to do, like subscribe to messages. And I kept running into a situation where it wasn't quite working as I expected. And chat was actually being really helpful in trying to troubleshoot this. But the problem I have, and this is no shade to chat, the signal to noise ratio was a little difficult for me to parse.
It was so bad
while I was coding. So there were a couple people who were super helpful, and they were able to spot things very quickly. And unfortunately, I don't remember exactly who the handles were. So I don't know if they were people that you planted in there or if they were other folks. But there were a couple of people who were super helpful. And there was a lot of people in chat who were maybe kind of repeating some of the things that, I had already determined, and I just kind of had to ignore them. And I just couldn't really, interact with them, unfortunately. But that was kind of my experience with, you have a set of these different hooks, they're all code like interdependent. Ideally, the dependency kind of goes, down the list, right? Where the most dependence on top, and then it keeps going down, or the one that has the most dependence is on top, and then less dependence down to no dependence. But yeah, it was just trying to, I had a situation where every time hot module reloading did a reload, whenever I saved, it was subscribing to the chat channel
Again.
like an additional time. And what I'm used to, in Dart, anything that acts like a stream is like a stream object. And every stream object, when you listen to it, it provides a stream subscription, which you can then, disconnect from, or you can close whenever you want. The API here wasn't too clear to me. I ended up having to pull like the event handler function out, and then subscribe to it, and then unsubscribe using, so like if subscribe is like, on this event type, then I had to do off this event type. And so I was hoping to have something a little more coherent where you just set up your subscription and then it returns the subscription, and then that return value you can use to unsubscribe. That's what I was hoping for.
Yeah, I got in an argument with like Dan Abramov of like the creator of Redux about this on Twitter not too long ago. I think that creation can have side effects. So like when you instantiate a client with a subscription, that can be an instantiation, like an object that you created in your render path that has a cleanup attached to the creation rather than as an effect that's a whole separate like additional layer. I find that the amount of indirection to go from creating a client to subscribing to the client to binding that in effect to unsubscribing with an event listener and handler, like React doesn't provide any of the parts for this. You have to assemble it all yourself. And I'm probably just going to go make a custom hook that does this properly because I'm so annoyed with the React community for not realizing that these things are possibly aligned this way. Everybody who's a hardcore React person in chat's going to be like, what the fuck are you talking about, Theo? Like object or instantiation shouldn't have side effects, but I'll prove you guys wrong someday. Anyways, I feel like I had the opposite problem in Flutterland where it was almost unclear when I made a change whether or not a hot reload would affect it or not. So like...
Interesting.
Yeah. Like if I made a change in build or in like certain state locations, a hot reload wouldn't do it. I have to do a full refresh. And knowing when to do what and what behaviors I was seeing were because of the half state I was in, where like anything that was instantiated, even if I changed the instantiation, does not guarantee that part's going to re-render. And there was a few points where it didn't do... like it just, the app was in a broken state until I hot reloaded it fully, like the shift R, that were really unintuitive for me as a person who's used to React's HMR that kind of just works.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I think, and I don't know exactly how Redux's HMR works, or React's HMR works, but I got the sense that it was rebuilding the entire component from the very beginning. Whereas Flutter, you have this init state. So once the Flutter widget is attached to the view, then it runs the init state method, and then after that it runs did update and build. So you only get that init state method once until it's completely removed from the tree, from the view tree, and then like put back on again. So when Flutter does a hot reload, that tree has a shape, and the hot reload keeps that shape, and it makes sure that it's not running in its state over and over again. And that's something that we can rely on pretty readily to work the same way in debug as it does in production. And it's something it's one of the contracts in Flutter that we rely on really heavily to do things like, if the home view or if the chat view is presented, then the init state for that chat view is run. You can do your subscriptions and everything in there, and then have that dispatch set states to rebuild the state inside it. And then if you make a change and hot reload rebuilds, it doesn't like completely rebuild it. It stays mounted, and then the state inside it is updated. So it's one of those kind of interesting things. And I don't know exactly what the difference is, but that's like the sense that I'm getting.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I like React has the weird behavior. I've demonstrated this on stream before. Like if you pass a default value to useState and then you change it, that's not going to update in your hot reload because the init state, the thing that you put in, like the useState is the default, that's not going to be rewritten when you HMR. The state may have changed, and it maintains basically like is when you do a React HMR, it maintains everything to the left of a hook. So the thing before the equals, all of that is consistent when you refresh. So if things changed after that, it doesn't matter because the thing before it is the same. I feel like there's both of these frameworks and solutions obviously have a certain amount of like knowledge you have to be productive and confident in them. I think that React has a wider range from productive to confident, but you can get productive a lot quicker. Flutter feels like I have to know a lot more before I can really be doing things. Like poor Otto called in early and like gave me pro tips because I was just structuring things entirely wrong and the errors were useless and helped me like kickstart a little bit quicker there. And I found those helping points. Like there are so many concepts in Flutter. And it feels like React's almost the opposite, where there's too few things in React. So you have to like invent it yourself.
Yep, I think that's fair. React, I think it has less primitives that people use regularly. Like there may be more things under the hood that we don't necessarily see that you could play with if you wanted to. But I think that the number of primitives in React is quite a bit smaller.
There isn't really much under the hood you can play with either. Like very, very few. React is by design incredibly small. There are other things like in the React ecosystem, like React DOM, that have a couple like hacky things you can do. And React itself has some fun things like portals and context. But honestly, I don't find myself using those things much unless I have very, very specific problems. The core flow in React feels a lot more like, do you know how to... I guess React Native is a little different because it's not just like web elements, but like the view and text primitives in React Native are a lot simpler than like the 5 types of containers I was dealing with.
Yeah, and Flutter also has this concept of like take the widget container, for example. Container itself has 2 padding widgets inside it. It has a decorated box widget inside it. It has an alignment widget inside it. So there are a lot of widgets that, you know, contain other widgets and like try to make your life easier. And I tend to stay away from them because I don't like that I can't really understand exactly what's going on, even though usually it's fairly straightforward, you know, but it's just my preference to not use them. So I rarely use the container widget, whereas I would say that the majority of Flutter users do use those like higher order widgets, I suppose you could call them.
Very interesting. Oh, the one thing I didn't touch on, somebody just brought up in chat. Scroll views properties are so strange. Reverse is very unintuitive to me.
Yeah, I remember reverse. I can't remember exactly what it does because you were trying to reverse it to get the chat experience, right?
I didn't want to reverse it. All I wanted was auto scroll chat. I wanted when a new message came in to scroll to the bottom of the container.
Right.
Not viable without creating some crazy custom scroll container views. So I didn't do that. Somebody in chat said do reverse. Actually, a lot of people in chat said do reverse. I couldn't tell if it was noise or not. So I was like, okay, that sounds dumb. I'm going to show you why that's dumb. I put it in, then it did what it was expected, like what I was trying to do well enough. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, right. It's like kind of magic. So in my case, for that particular experience, I was looking for reversed. I found on Flatlist, I found inverted. And I think that got me basically where I wanted to go. But then I also had to reverse the list as well. So actually reverse the items that were going in. And I actually was looking for Dart has this way to take a list, which is an iterable in Dart, and you can do iterable dot reversed, and it just wraps that list with an iterator that iterates in reverse. So there's no like list copying or anything going on. And so you can literally just say like, take this, say list dot reversed. It's very cheap. It just like reroutes the iterator under the hood. And then you can use that without having to do anything crazy. And so I was trying to like implement not that whole thing, but I was trying to do a reverse with, I can't remember what I did exactly. think I tried to copy the list and then do list.reverse or reverse because it mutates the list and then return that. And then at the end, someone was like, yeah, it was an absolute mess. And then at the end, someone was like, when you're appending your new messages, you're appending them to the front of the list instead. And I was like, oh yeah, okay, that makes perfect sense. So I just deleted all that code and just went and changed that one thing, and that worked great.
Yeah,
so
I don't trust .reverse. I avoid it if I can. I usually can. I always prefer to put the message like in the right place in the array. But yeah, I thankfully didn't get hit with those things too hard. Oh, the one last thing that did screw me over, we'll go a bit more into this in the judging, but the TMI package in Dart didn't have any of the auth stuff implemented yet.
That's not good. Yeah.
I did not let that stop me, though. We'll get into how in a bit, but...
I heard you stood up a service to get around that.
Guys, why are you spoiling my secrets?
I'd be interested to see what you did, that's for sure. Hey, do we have judges? Did anyone get back to us?
Boeck's here. I believe Cedric is still around. So Cedric, if you're around, would love to have you hop into... do we have anybody else on the Flutter side in particular that you wanted to pull in? I think 3 judges is perfect. One native, one React native, one Flutter.
Let's see here. Unfortunately, most of the people I knew who are around are in Europe. So I don't think that they're around anymore.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to say that unfortunately, I don't think there's nobody in here that I recognize. They're all your folks.
No worries. I will do one. Pinky, are you experienced with Flutter? If you say yes, I'll probably trust you. Their messages suggest that they don't know Flutter, so never mind. Do you know Loot Twig Van?
Do I?
They said, Luke, I'm here.
Oh, do they have do I know you? I don't know. Who are you? Tell me who you are.
They actually gave me a lot of tips, it looks like, when I'm looking at the chat history.
If I can figure out, if I can recognize that person, I think that's good enough. Let me see if Mike's around.
Dal Segno.
Don't recognize the name. Hey, can we borrow you for, what do you think we need, 10 minutes, 15 minutes? 15
yeah,
minutes?
10 minutes should be fine.
It is late as hell over there for him. He's in Finland, but he's also always up very late.
Wait, Alejo, you've used Flutter. You absolutely are qualified. Didn't you build the whole freaking fan house app in Flutter?
What did he do? What did they do?
He built there's an app, it's like OnlyFans but without porn, that he is working at a company for, and they
we got Matt. All right, we got Matt.
Oh, cool. That's our 3 then.
How do I get him a link?
I was thinking that we could have him come in on here. That could work if he's down to do audio. I was expecting them to just watch and chat and then drop their thoughts there if they're cool with that, if that's easy enough.
Yeah, we can do that. His name is Boone4376. So I'm going to ask him to Boone40. That's the problem. Everyone uses different handles on here than they do on Twitter.
Yeah. I'm guilty of that too.
Can I get a link to your stream so I can
Twitch.tv/Theo.
Thanks. I'm going to message him on Twitter also, just to make sure that he's savvy.
Perfect.
All right.
Cool. So I think it'll be the easiest in terms of the screen sharing and showing off the state of the app is...
Yeah, totally.
I will have you... How to put it? I'm thinking you can just show it on your stream the normal way, and I will watch your stream basically on my end, and then vice versa when when I'm going to show my app, and then you can just open up my stream on your stream.
Gotcha. Okay.
I think I figured it out. I think that my email or the account that I was using has my an old Twitch email address on it before I quit. That's going to make this very hard to use in the future.
All right, if you see, let me see here. Can I see your chat? Yes, I can. Okay, yeah, Boone4376 is the guy we need, and he looks like he's in your chat right now.
Boone4376, perfect. Cool. So if we pick who goes first.
Why don't you go first?
That works for me. Give me 1 second trying to verify this account so that Twitch will hopefully unshadow ban me and I can actually demonstrate this. Fingers crossed. That work. Test. I just pasted the fucking verify code. What do you mean verify again? Yeah, I am so shadow banned.
On Twitch right now?
So I didn't use my main account. I had the foresight for that, but my alt account that I normally use for these things is entirely shadow banned right now.
That's weird. Why do you think that is?
Because people saw my token in the URL and spammed it. And
oh yeah, God. The activity monitor on that must be crazy. It must be like connections from 10 different countries or something.
Yeah, because it's every message is a new Lambda request.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, so that's going to make it hard to demonstrate messages working. Okay, that's my main account. That's why that worked. I was so confused for a second. Yeah, cool. So that is fully shadow banned. Fuck me. Cool. We will do our best to demonstrate knowing that. So I will switch to my screen share view, pull up this guy, NDI source. So here we go. As everybody who is judging in chat, we have Bowick. Is Cedric still around? I think it was pretty late for him. He might have ditched.
I haven't seen him.
Yeah. Quick hear from the three judges. So first person is Bowick. I definitely see you here. Who is the other person that you brought on, Luke?
Oh gosh, let me see. It was. How did I lose it all?
Boone. There he is. Cool.
There
he
you
just said, hey,
yeah.
perfect. So
yeah, that's him.
That's 2 for 3. I think that Otto is here. I think Otto is our third judge. He is a Flutter and Svelte and kind of React nerd. So and he's also the one who helped me at the beginning. So I think Otto is our third judge. Perfect. So we have our 3. So quickly going to go over the judging criteria once more. We have 3 sections. Core features, which is a score out of 10. Look, feel, bugginess, core score 8 out of 10, or out of 8. And then extras, which is things you did that make the experience better. That is a score out of 4. So the sum of these for each of the apps is how we get our score. So this all clear? We have the 6 core features here. We'll go through all of these for each of the apps to make sure that they were hit. All sound good? Going once, going twice. Any final words from the judges? Cool. We got at least one yes from judges. I think that's enough to get started. So let's...
Appreciate you showing up, Matthew, by the way. Didn't know you were in here. That's Boone.
Rad. Let's start demonstrating. Cool. So here's my app. You enter 3 things here. You enter the name of the channel. You enter a username, which I would use my account, but this account is shadow banned. So I could paste an OAuth token here and it would theoretically connect and work, but I don't have an account that I can do that with that isn't my main Twitch account. I'm not getting my main account shadow banned right now. So I'm going to put nonsense in here.
Can you BRB and throw in an actual one for your regular account?
It's way too high risk because I won't be able to revoke it if it does leak. And that's like that's my main Twitch account. I can't risk that right now, sadly. I could go make another alt, but I don't want to do that right now either. It's not worth the risk. So we're going to do nonsense for that for now. Also, I'll admit to a bug that was there. When I submitted the third field, that wasn't enough to switch us over to chat. I had to go back to the top field and hit submit on that in order for it to do the connection.
Okay.
But now we're connected to Theo's bad Twitch chat, and I should be able to send a test message in chat, and they all appear. And theoretically, if that OAuth was good and the account wasn't screwed, I'd be able to hit hi and send. And again, admitting the failures of the app, when I send a message that, even when a message send works, it doesn't clear the field because I couldn't figure out how to bind like a text input controller in time to clear it on send. Cool.
Looks pretty good. Did you get emotes working?
Unicode emojis.
Unicode emojis, gotcha.
So of the features, I got render chat working. I got auth via bearer tokens working. Did not do OAuth flow. Send messages works, but I can't demo it. Render emotes only works for OAuth or for Unicode emotes. And I can enter change channels from the like which channel I put in from the front. So
can you go back and enter a new channel, or you have to restart the app?
I can go back and enter a new channel and just have to open up the terminal, hit
yeah,
Shift
right.
R. And now I can go back. Nice and easy.
All right. I like it. Cool. So should they score yours and then I'll do mine, or should I show mine and then score them together?
First, we should ask if any of them have questions first. Also, GoPro Slow, thank you for the raid. Really appreciate it. We're in the middle of doing a comparison of an app I just built in Flutter using Flutter for the first time, and a app Luke just built in React Native using React Native for the first time in a while. So really fun contest that we're trying out here. Just did the demo of my app. Any questions from the three judges before we move on to the other app? Can I show sending a message? I can't because my test account is currently shadow banned, and I'm not going to put an OAuth token for my main account because then people will see it. I guess I can BRB really quick and show it one time. I have to be extra careful with this one. So yeah, I'm thinking about it. I really don't want to take the risk.
Don't do it if you're don't do it if you're not comfortable.
Yeah, it did work at a point. Show us the UX. Okay, the UX is I go here, typing a message, and send pushes it down, but it does not clear the text. So it is not good UX. The text does not get cleared even when it does work, because controllers for text containers are hard. Any more questions? I have a feeling I would have my ass handed to me. Somebody mentioned I got really scared when I heard the word controller. They are correct.
Yeah.
They did.
Yeah, exactly. Oh no. I get that.
Cool. Nobody else has comment or questions, it seems like. Let's move to yours.
Sure. I can just switch mine to coding mode and you can watch me. Is that what we got going on?
Yeah, I was thinking just like screen share or just like do your normal Twitch stream and I'll pull that up on here. And anybody in my chat, if you're not already also watching, anybody in here's the multi-Twitch link. If you're not already, you can also go to Luke watching directly. Here's the multi-Twitch link. He'll have way less latency watching from him than you will with me. So I highly recommend. He'll have way less latency watching from him than you will with me. NDI source. So I highly recommend that. Full screen.
And for the judges, I'm going to be looking at Theo's chat. So let's try to keep the judging question. All right. Let me know when you're ready.
Weird ask. Can you move the preview to the left?
Let me know when you're ready, Theo.
Weird ask. Can you 200 to 300 pixels? Preview to the left. I just realized echo. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry, guys. I can't hear when that computer makes sound, and I almost always have it muted. My bad. Fix now. It's only for a few seconds, guys. It'll be fine in a second. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Is there something I can do to help?
No, it's just I didn't mute. So my laptop is supposed to be routing sound to my headphones, and it is failing to, but it's still successfully routing it to the stream. So I just double audioed for a little bit. We are good now.
Okay. All right,
Anyways,
cool.
sorry.
So RIP headphone users. All right, you guys ready for us to go here?
Let's do it.
All right. So this is a single screen, so there's no actual section to type in your OAuth. The OAuth is kind of hard-coded in with secrets, so that's kind of what's going on there. But you can see we have a very basic view of the messages. It does not parse HTML. That's kind of funny. If you come in here, you can, type a message. You can send it with return. You can also type a message and you can send it with send. And I believe our keyboard avoiding view also works. And that's really the extent of it. Just wanted to really get the basics nailed down as much as possible. And that's really my entire demo.
Does it have the ability to switch from channel to channel?
There's no ability to switch from channel to channel. You would have to edit this this hard-coded value and then restart the app. So no, you cannot change channels.
Good to know. Apparently only one of the messages went through for others. Are you optimistic updating on that side? So when you send a message, are you doing an optimistic update in the chat, or are you actually waiting to get the message back from the server?
So the message that's coming back is coming from the SDK I'm using.
Okay. It might have just been a weird bug where it reread incorrectly. These are all coming through as expected, so.
That's very interesting. Maybe it didn't like the double message because I thought it was spam.
Yeah, it's weird how Twitch chat's decisions on when it decides to or not to render feel almost like entirely random.
Gotcha. Cool. Any other questions from judges? I'm not seeing any. Any bugs? I would say, yeah, I'd say the biggest bug right now is clearly you can see that somebody sent a message, and the color, this is weird to me. The color that the package provided to me did not seem to match what I was seeing in Twitch. So I think that Twitch might have a way to coerce things that are not visible, right? So if it's like a bright color on a bright background, then it can coerce the bright color to a dark color. And so I don't have any of those. I don't have any of those things that help with accessibility.
The engineer who did that at Twitch, it was one of the most thorough reports on coloring and accessibility I've ever seen in my life. Like, she gave an hour-long presentation, and it still wasn't long enough for all the crazy shit she was doing. There's a thing called readable chat colors that it used to be off by default in Twitch. Now it's on by default, where it interpolates the color you've selected based on if you have color profile needs, or your background color if you're in dark mode versus light mode and shit like that. And that's not the color they provide via TMI, because that entirely happens in the JavaScript on the website. So yeah, there is no way to actually get that color.
Gotcha. That's really interesting. So one thing I will note is somebody said that mine was unique because emojis don't work. I think the current status is emojis work in both of ours and emotes don't work in either of ours. I think that's what we've got. Does that sound right? Yep.
Twitch emotes don't, and emojis work. Functionality wise, these are very similar. I'd say the difference is actually, do you enter the username and password, or are those all hard coded too?
No, those are hard coded.
Okay.
So yours has the extra screen where you can type it in when you first launch the app.
Okay. I don't think we were specific about this, but I did put the word flow in OAuth flow, and the intent there was there's a way to pass the authentication in. I think that's maybe one that I did and you didn't.
Well, I would argue a little bit differently on this. I would say an OAuth flow would be a complete flow where there's a button that says, authenticate with Twitch, and you hit that button and it opens up the like a web browser and allows you to log in, and then it passes the auth token back through. Something you'd expect to see in an actual product. So that's how I interpret it. That's how I interpret it.
That's fine. So we both get no points for that. My frustration is I did a different auth, or I was trying to remember how to put it. Do we give me a half point for auth or OAuth flow and him none, or do we give me 1 point for auth via bearer token and Luke half a point? Because he is authing via a bearer token, he's just putting it in his code. I let you put that in as a user.
I would say we should leave that up to the judges, because clearly you did more work. But if you're looking at it by the letter, I think there's an argument that they're similar.
Yeah, I definitely did some cheap things around the by the letter thing here, so totally fair.
I would be fine with it either way, personally.
Did you see somebody ran a prediction in my stream, and 93% of people thought you're going to win?
Wait, really?
Yep.
Probably because they were relying so heavily on React Native.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, I had a lot to learn there. Cool. Any other questions from the judges? Questions about the scoring or about the apps themselves or anything at all? Shall we go through?
I think it's time to judge.
I think it's time. Judges, let's pick our formatting for how y'all will share this. I'm trying to think like the easiest way. It'd be fun to have you guys call in on Ping or Discord, but I don't want to like pull you or like push you for that because it's a lot more work. I think it'd be easier to just say it in chat. Okay, Otto can call in quick. Otto, I will just send you this link fast. Such that. Cool. I'll just send you all the ping link. That should be fine. Auto, DM him. Is Matt Rideout one of the judges?
Yes.
Cool. I will let him in now. And, well, I think he's going to have to try and rejoin, actually. So, Matt, feel free to rejoin, and I will DM you if you would like to join. If you don't want to, Buck, you can just like DM me your scores or drop them in chat, whatever you prefer. I think having all three people on would be pretty cool, though. Otto would like to join. Cool. Howdy, Otto.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much. And we got Matt here too. Gonna be.
Otto, is that the avatar that you use on Twitter? Because I feel like I've seen you around.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
I do a lot of dev in the Twitch space.
So this is the first time I'm actually meeting Matt face to face, which is really funny because we are both like the only Flutter developers that live in Maine.
That is actually hilarious. Cool. Just setting up my scene here. I will hide everything else for now. Oh no, I muted it in Ping accidentally. I'm being dumb. Yeah, I'm just trying to last second set up everything so it's like visible on stream in a reasonable fashion. I think we're good now. Cool. We'll go with it. Rad. Anyways, I think we're just waiting for one more judge to join. Oh, he's installing Chrome because we don't support Safari on pings. We only support browsers with a working AV layer.
I had to switch to Chrome for this too.
What do you use? Safari as well?
I use Safari, yep.
You Safari people. You're a type. Cool. Bogue should be here soon. Well, if we want for now, we can go through Otto and Matt's scores. Any volunteers for who goes first?
I'm just summing mine up. Matt, if you're ready, you can go now.
Oh, yeah. So I would give Theo's like 2 more points because it's got the config section. You lost a point for not clearing the text field when you send, but Luke's was hard coded, which I felt like wasn't as good for choosing the channel, at least, whether the OAuths were better or not. So I would put the Flutter version just maybe a couple points ahead.
Totally fair. I appreciate the extra points. Thank you very much. So 1 in favor of the Flutter app. Otto, are you ready to go? Or Jeff, would you like to go now? Your call.
I'm ready.
Otto, all you then.
All right. So core features, out of the 6 features, both of you had the 3 main ones, which is rendering chat, sending message, and authenticating. But neither of you had changing channels, rendering emotes, or real OAuth flow. So I gave Theo a 6 out of 10 and Luke a 5 out of 10. Theo, for your extra, login page, because you can enter channels, but you can't change channels. So I gave you an extra point. However, on the look feel bugginess, both of you missed the name colors, which I think could have been a nice thing to put in. And there's another thing that I know because I've worked with Twitch chat before, which is that if you don't have it doesn't always pass you a color in a message, and Twitch just generates a random color from an array if there's no color specified. So neither of you got that. I gave Theo I took half a point off for each bug. So Theo, I gave you a 4.5, and Luke, I gave you 7. And then neither of you really had any extras, it felt like, because you were both learning the framework and didn't really have time to implement any extra features. So I gave you both a 0.
That's fair.
So the React Native is a couple points ahead.
You really weighed hard on those bugs, huh?
Yeah. I mean, there was I think just the feel of the React Native one, if that chat screen was the chat screen in the app and there's an entire app around it, I would be happy with it. But like Theo, your placeholder for your message text was choose channel, so there's just a couple minor, So
I didn't even notice that. That's pretty good.
So you got a couple points off.
Look, we had 2.5 hours. I didn't have my designer there to mock me for 3 additional hours after the fact.
Yeah, you needed a little Figma layout. But yeah.
I guess we need our tiebreaker now. Jeff, share your thoughts.
Oh man, you're not gonna like my answer now. I guess we'll start with core features. I gave Theo 6 out of 10 and Luke 5 out of 10, and the reason for that was I gave Theo half a point for being able to enter the channel, even though we couldn't change it, and so that kind of bumped it up 1. For look, feel, and bugginess, Theo pulled in a 4 out of 8, where I gave Luke a 7 out of 8, and I'm just gonna kind of mirror what I think Otto said, where as a native developer, like the React Native implementation felt a bit more like it fit on the platform. And I think this is probably part of Material UI and Flutter coming into play there. And then just a few bugs that kind of knocked it down a bit. But extras, I did give Theo 1 out of 4 because of the scrappiness coming in with the next app at the last minute to get around the lack of authentication in the TMI library. So I mean, like in a challenge, you got to call that out. It was fun to watch and a nail biter to the very end.
That's awesome.
But unfortunately, I think that puts you both out of 12 out of 22.
So it's a tie.
So it's a tie.
It's a tie.
Okay,
so Jeff, you're even tie, right?
Okay. So to be fair, I could just knock off the extra and then it would be the React Native, but I didn't want to call it.
Somebody else just said in chat, I think we need a chat tiebreaker.
Ooh, well, hang on a second, because what's the sum? Because Matthew was +2 Theo, right? And then Otto, was that what yours was, Matthew?
That's no fun. These are 3 representatives.
Yeah,
we're in
it's subjective.
So are we doing the sum, or are we doing the, just like
this is the electoral college, man. This is the Senate. Y'all did a split with your seats, so now we need democracy to come in.
Okay, all right, I'm fine with that.
Cool.
We're just
I
gonna
will
do a
do the
poll,
poll
like,
in my
how's this
chat
gonna
because
work?
there's like a lot of people there. I can't see how many because the Twitch dashboard did the bug again where it shifts everything up 20 pixels and I can't actually see any of the stats. My
That
favorite.
happens when you get a Twitch DM. Yeah. You have to go into the console manually and do like window.scroll200 to fix it.
I fixed this bug 5 separate times at Twitch and actually added an integration test to prevent it. And I'm almost positive they deleted that test since. So one of the few times the test would have stopped something. And yeah, here we are. Anyways, making the poll now. Theo or Luke? How long do we want to give this poll? I'm thinking 3 minutes. Oh, wait. Somebody else put it up for me. Even better. Thank you to the mod who did that.
I totally voted for myself. I'm not even going to lie.
I mean, I did too, of course.
Well, it's not very close, but it could change.
Hey guys, remember all of the pain I put myself through for this one. I built a whole server and deployed it just to be able to send messages. The text should have cleared. That I feel like those are points that should be removed from Flutter and added to me as sympathy points.
Matthew, somebody just called
I
me
need you
David
to tab
Beckham.
in. I know half of the people watching right now are just in a separate tab.
Someone just called Matthew David Beckham in chat.
Not inaccurate.
He's got to look for it.
Oh, I just realized a lot of people are voting against me because they have sunk cost where they did a poll like and they bet their channel points. So if I win, they lose all their channel points. So
Unbiased poll.
Totally unbiased poll. It's about half done. How long do we do the poll for? 2 minutes, 3 minutes? How long do we pick?
Yeah. Is it good now?
3 minutes. Okay, so it's another minute and a half. I honestly think that we can pass the poll this one. There's 180 votes so far. And it looks like I lost pretty handedly. So I think, unless you guys have reason otherwise, I'm comfortable calling it and announcing Luke as the first official winner of the React Native versus Flutter Code War.
Guess the question is, did I win or did React Native win?
I was going to say, does that mean React
we'll never
Native
know
is
the
the
answer.
That's a question.
I am actually very excited to look at your source code, though. Honestly, like I am tempted to keep streaming and go do that now, but I shouldn't. We should plan that very soon.
It's up on, yeah. We should definitely do a review or do like a round 2. But my code is up on my or a swap. I think that's a good idea. It is up on my GitHub as a public repo right now. So I think it's my most recent one. If anybody wants to look at it.
Perfect. My backend is up, but I haven't put my front end up yet. I can go do that quick. Git status. GH repo create. Cool. Just press enter a bunch. So it has a terrible name. I think it's named First. I'll go rename it later, but it's up on my GitHub. I'll send a link in a bit. Think that is it then. Have you decided on the tweet I have to send, Luke?
That's a really good question. Let's see here. I think that you should send a tweet that says "Daddy Flutter."
That's it. Nothing else. Not even a picture.
Just Daddy Flutter.
Daddy Flutter.
Yep.
Capital D, and F, or all lowercase?
No, all lowercase. All lowercase. Daddy, and then Flutter has to be #Flutter.
With the sweating emoji.
With the sweating emoji?
Yeah, there you go. With the sweating emoji. Pure chaos.
The tweet has been made. I will post the link in chat for proof. We should have won out. You should have maybe pin it.
You still can.
Next contest, we'll come up with stronger rules. Somebody else had a good one. Unit tests are the best tests in programming. This is not sarcasm. My last video was untrue. I was wrong. That would have been a fucking banger.
The problem is that I
Oh, is it not
agree
the
with you
sweat
on that
emoji?
stuff,
Oh,
so-
I'm on Windows. I can't tell which emoji I'm using.
Yeah, you need to do like the panting sweat
Okay,
emoji.
cool. I need to go switch that. So stop liking that tweet. I deleted it because it does not qualify. Sorry, guys. Oh, there's, yeah. It looks so bad on Windows. I don't even know if that's the right one. I'm going to do it on my Mac because I actually don't trust the like emojis on Windows.
I put it in ping chat.
Oh, perfect. Copy.
That's the one you want.
Flutter. There we go. And this was tweeted with the emoji I was told to tweet with, so it's better be the right one.
Yep, that's the one.
Twitter, what are you doing with these
Yeah.
emoji
Yeah.
designs?
That's why I couldn't tell, because the window ones are so bad, and then the Twitter ones are even worse. So at no point did I get the feedback that I had picked the right emoji or the wrong emoji.
Too good. Awesome.
Well, this was fantastic. Thank you again
Yeah,
so
thank
much,
you
Luke,
for- yeah,
and also to all
Thank
the
you
judges.
for doing this.
Yeah, a huge shout out to all three of you judges for jumping on last second and hopping this. Like, one of you kind of committed during it, and the other two were pulled in post. So appreciate all the judges immensely. Quickly say hey in chat so everybody can follow you. Drop a link to your Twitter or something just to get something from this, because we appreciate y'all immensely for it. And yeah, thank you guys all so much.
Absolutely.
See ya.
Peace, y'all.
Thanks, Matt.
Cool. Anything else? Any other thoughts, craziness you ran into, or otherwise things you want to say to the 700 people who are still watching?
Good question. So I really like React Native as a framework. I've always loved JavaScript and TypeScript, honestly, just because I think the community is great and the packages that people write are pretty incredible. Flutter has a lot less developers, so we often have to implement a lot of things ourselves. And I'm looking forward to just building more stuff in React Native. I don't have any plans to switch what my primary framework is, which is Flutter. But I do really want to spend more time with it because it's definitely very high leverage. And I think in some ways it's higher leverage than Flutter is.
That makes a lot of sense. I think that the community in particular is what makes React Native so strong. It's like there's a huge difference here architecturally of like React specifically does very, very little. And as such, you have way more control to an extent, but also more reliance on additional third parties who are creating these tools to do the things React doesn't. Whereas with Flutter, almost everything you need is there, but the things you don't are not or the things that they haven't provided aren't in as good of a state yet. I definitely felt that with like the packages we were consuming. Like I had to start with a custom flag to run like no nulls or something like that. And those catches were definitely the roughest parts for me. I would say the best part for sure was the quality of like the developer feedback when things were going wrong. In the editor, it was awful, but in the phone and in the terminal for like the runtime, it was really good. Like there was a moment where I was blown away where it does a thing where it shows like a gray-black grid on like the sides or the bottom when you overflow. So you know that you're rendering things outside of the boundaries. That is so cool. And I would kill for things like that in React Native to be more standard.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think that we should touch base again later. I don't know if we'll do a swap or something else. But I would really like to do that. I think that would be good for us to do. And it seemed like chat had a lot of fun with the whole challenge as well. So
I can confirm this is some of the most excited I've ever seen chat since I started streaming. This was an awesome thing that we did. I also think for the swap, rather than it being a contest, it could be like we do different streams at different times, and like maybe I come guest on your stream and like you roast my Flutter code, then you guest on my stream and roast or like my React or code like that maybe. But there's definitely some really cool opportunities there that might not be like you have to watch two streams, because that was great for this contest. But in the future, I'd love to make more content that's like everyone goes to your channel to watch it for that.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. We should definitely sync up over Twitter. If you have any other thoughts, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to jump because I'm tired and I would love to eat something.
Yeah, it is late there. I appreciate you so much for staying on till freaking like 8:30 your time. And yeah, this was so cool. One last huge shout out to Luke. If anybody here hasn't already followed him on both Twitch and Twitter, please fix that. Exclamation point Luke in chat to get his Twitch, and his Twitter is the same, but with the underscore, if I recall. Cool.
Yes, that's
Your
right.
Twitter in chat
is Luke
as
_
well. So please give him a follow. And one last huge shout out to Luke for coming up with this idea, coming through for this crazy times, doing this super long stream and everything that was involved for this too. Thank you again, Luke, so much. Hope we can chat soon. Congratulations again on the win.
Theo.
Peace.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Cool. And we did it, y'all. What a stream. Yeah, that was insane. Thank you guys all again so much. What a concept. What a result. Less of a shit show than you expected. That's an honor. This was a W and an L. This went almost exactly how I expected, and I'm still upset. Like, this was exactly what I thought was going to happen, where y'all helped him get through React Native. I suffered immensely with Flutter for really dumb, annoying reasons. We both had an app that was surprisingly close. His was more polished, mine was more featureful, and I still lost. That's pretty much exactly what I expected. He knew the most. That checks out. He definitely has a wider set of knowledge than I do. And I think Luke, Flutter has a higher bar to be productive in. I'll, you know what, fuck it. We'll diagram a bit. Why not? I've already been streaming for a while. It's a little bit longer. Let's do a new scene quick. We're going to do the spectrum of knowledge necessary to be productive. So 0, 10. It's 10 out of 100. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. So this is like how familiar you have to be productive in a thing versus like how good can the thing be on the other side. So on the left side, it's like noob. Oh, I just realized everything is fucking broken. Sorry, guys. Look, streaming's hard. Fixed. I'm tired, okay, guys? So here's the diagram. One side is noob. You can think of that's also like the bad app, and then on the other side is like pro. Say that Flutter feels like this in terms of how much experience you need to get started. Like, as a result, like, you can't make a Flutter app that's worse than this, but you need to know enough to like get that far and feel productive. Whereas with like React Native, you can get something done a lot easier, and you can, I think, go a bit further with it, because like when you get started, you can make something happen really quick, but to do crazy advanced shit, you can build intense packages and all sorts of other stuff. But as for like the potential quality, and here's where my hot takes still exist. These may change someday, but at this point in time, like bad app, good app, I'll say great app. I'm still concerned that things are a bit more like this. Yeah. I'll say that, like, because you can make some really fucking bad stuff with React Native. It's absolutely possible. But man, I feel like the way things render and the lack of native is pretty painful. And I haven't used many great apps. Ooh, I really like Flutter's a can opener, React is a knife. That might be my favorite comparison to date. I really like that, actually. What a drop, Ricardo. That's quote of the night for sure. Banger. I'm going to tweet that so I feel less bad about the tweets I just made. Flutter is a can opener. React Native is a knife. It wasn't knife, it was scissors, was it? Oh, it was a knife. Cool. Yeah. Stolen. What's your Twitter handle so I can credit you? Ricardo, drop your Twitter so I can credit the shameless steal I just did. Of course, he doesn't even tweet. Oh, cool. Yoink. Oh, cool. Thank you for double checking. I just checked. I checked once to be sure, and that was not yours. So, for the fantastic quote I shamelessly stole. Credit applied. Cool. Anyways, I'm pretty dead. That was fucking awesome. I want to get a couple more shout outs out quick because a lot of people did a lot of cool shit to make this happen. Shout out to Jacob for letting us commandeer his spaces multiple times to plan this event. Thank you to Maple for helping moderate everything and the huge gift subs at the beginning and just being fucking awesome in general. Huge shout out to Glassy as well as Maple and Jacob all for helping moderate, and anybody else who was involved with the moderation as well. I'm sure I missed a bunch of people throughout. Huge shout out, obviously, to Luke for coming up with this and doing this. Coolest shit ever. Massive respect to Luke for that. Fantastic show, fantastic content. And then one last huge shout out to all of the judges, especially Otto for jumping in early and helping debug earlier. But obviously, of course, Jeff Bowick, as well as, was it Matthew was the third judge? I should know his name, especially for how willing he was to jump in there. But I sincerely appreciate all of you so much. This was quite the show. His name is Chad. They're all named Chad. We had quite the Chads helping out today. Also, huge shout out to everybody in chat throughout who gave good advice and actually helped me figure out shit that was broken and not working. There was a lot of things here that were chaotic that I would not have figured out that y'all definitely did help with in the end. And I appreciate every one of you for all of the effort you put into helping out. Also, yeah, Luke was so chill about that too. It's not necessarily the highest bar, but he is without question my favorite Flutter dev for sure. So awesome that we got to work with him and do this super cool content. I am half scrolling to try and figure out who we're going to raid next. I think Midnight Simon's up. He's been up for a while, so he might be a good person to raid. I'm looking right now at the category. All the people who are up right now have been streaming for a while. And I don't want to... Are you guys cool with a quiet stream? The creator of Fossabot, a good friend Aiden, is currently live. He doesn't have a mic, sadly, so it'll be a little more boring than usual. But I'm leaning towards him. Also, Midnight Simon's live. What programming language is he using? Less interesting. I've seen that. Yeah, Aiden. Let's raid Aiden. That's easy enough. Let's do that. Cool. Raid Aiden. Just created the raid. Thank you guys all again so much. What a show. I'll be back on Wednesday. I'll be announcing the guest for Wednesday soon. Some very exciting stuff coming there. Be around for that. To the last question, would I ever build an app with Flutter? If I was building a game or an animation framework, maybe. But I wouldn't build an application that users interact with in a traditional sense. No. I wouldn't build Twitter or Twitch chat or anything like this in Flutter. That all said, learned a lot from it. Some really cool stuff in the Flutter ecosystem that I think we should learn from in the React Native ecosystem. And I'm happy I gave this an honest shot. I'm hitting the raid button. I'm going to see you guys all in Aiden's chat. Thanks again, everybody. Huge shout out to all the awesome people who made this happen today. Peace, y'all.